Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of Host Week. For those of you who weren't able to join us yesterday, my name is Shayna, and I am the managing director here at Host Agency Reviews. And I am so excited to introduce our next guest, who pretty much lights up every room she walks into. But before I do, I want to remind everyone that the sessions from yesterday are recorded. So please go visit our YouTube page. Go to the Monday if you want to rewatch anything from yesterday, or any sessions that you may not be able to join this week will also all be recorded, so not to worry. As a reminder, we will be doing a fun giveaway, and we will be giving away 10 Starbucks gift cards every single day, only for those who attend and register for the coffee spots. And you will have a chance to enter. And yes, you can enter daily and possibly win more than one. I've already selected the winners from yesterday. Details will be given at the end of the coffee spot. If you are registered, you are already entered to win, so you're all set. So we are going to start the day the hard way with our coffee spot. Today's coffee spot is with none other than Travefy, and the session is called Why Top Advisors Trust Travefy to Power Their Travel Businesses. So most of you know her, but I'm going to now hand it over to Stephanie for our session. Hey, lady.
Hey, oh, this is exciting. I told him I didn't have coffee, but I had a Celsius right before this. Probably didn't need it, but there's gonna be a lot of energy now.
Yeah, I'm a tea girl myself, so I'm going to enjoy my tea and listen. And everyone listening, have fun with Stephanie. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. Welcome. Okay, Shane, I'll tap you back in later when we get to Q&A because this is going to be fun. I'm so excited. Been looking forward to this. I kept thinking it was yesterday. I'm like, no, you still have one more day. So I'm excited for you all to be here. And day 2. So thank you. And thanks for spending time. Really exciting. And as I mentioned too, I am going to make sure that I leave room for Q&A. So feel free, put those in the chat. I do have the chat open. It might be a little tough once I start going to see it, but it's there. So we'll come back and do that. But today what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little mix of really showing you what's possible with Travefy. So whether you are currently a user, I bet there's something you're going to learn today. I guarantee it, actually. And then maybe if you're not a user, there's probably a lot you didn't realize you could do. So I really want to show you what's possible and then do a little bit of some live demoing as well, since we have enough time for that. So, proof is in the pudding. So let's actually see what it looks like under the hood. So I would say just sit back, relax, and today is all about why those top advisors trust Travefy and just how this actually works day to day. But really quick, just again to introduce myself, I'm Stephanie Grice, and I've been with Travefy for 10 years now, which is just so crazy because it's gone really fast. And in that time, I've gotten to watch Travefy grow with all of you and just see firsthand those pain points that you have in your businesses over time, and it's changed over the years. And so we've seen how can Travefy help you solve those problems. So it's been so cool to see. So I'm really excited to be the one with you all here today. And again, we love HAR, so this is also really exciting. But before I go any further, I have something very, very, very important to show you. And that is the real stars of the show and the heroes behind the scenes of Travefy, our pets. We like to call them our Travepets because I had to do this. This was a last minute slide that I pulled together because yesterday I hopped on and right when Shayna was talking about how she wants to see photos of pets. So I was like, okay, Travefy team assemble. We need to get a picture of all of our pets. We didn't realize we had so many too. There's even some missing. It's crazy. So enjoy this photo of all of the really good boys and girls of Travefy in here. So how to pull that together. We love our pets, so it's very fun. But in all seriousness, well, the pets are serious, but I just want to make this really fun and exciting. So after the pets, let's do something really quick, interactive, a poll. So really quick, okay, so I have again my the chat open here. I want you to tell me in the chat number 1, 2, 3, or 4. I want to know, what is your biggest challenge that you are facing right now? So would you say that's staying organized in your business, Is it just needing to save more time with the day-to-day tasks? Do you want to look more professional in front of your clients? Or maybe it's that you're at the point where you're really trying to scale without that complete burnout. So drop your number in the chat. I really want to see which one that is. Oops, and let me share this. And also, I just saw it's a Travefy Tuesday. I love that. It is. Yes. No. So there's so many. There's so many different, a lot of you, it's really cool to see a lot of you are scaling, which is pretty exciting. That's really cool. So just kind of all over, really, really awesome. Now, seeing all that's really incredible because it looks like a lot of you are just on the same page, and that's your reality. You know, most advisors don't struggle because they lack talent. They're struggling because their systems aren't built to scale with them. So maybe that's from just having too many tools, having too many tabs open all the time. I can attest. I am one of those as well. But maybe it's also just manually working through everything. I mean, so much manual work. And also on top of that, just dealing with clients too. I mean, maybe clients are expecting more, maybe you're getting more clients in, and there's just so many things happening at once, and that's your reality. Well, the good news, as we can see from that poll alone and in the chat, you are not alone, but also this is Travefy's goal to really help you solve this. You know, we truly built Travefy to help you run your business smarter, not harder. And you're going to see that in the presentation today as I walk through the various tools that are in one system, Travefy. And you might also ask yourself, okay, why Travefy? Well, we think independent validation matters, and in the most recent Host Agency Review survey, Travefy was ranked #1 across 4 major categories, all based directly on your feedback in the survey. And this really told us one very important thing. Advisors are trusting Travefy to run your business. So while this is really exciting, but also we're like, we've got to uphold this. You are trusting us and we want to deliver. And one of the cool things too with Travefy is for more than 10 years, you know, we have been trusted to lead innovation in travel technology with over 200 integrations and partnerships across suppliers, CRMs, Consortia. We've built really deep relationships across the industry, all designed to last. But we also didn't stop there, and we're not stopping there. We release new updates every week. I mean, our product team is busy. They are shaping directly by your feedback. And also, we're not just building features, we're really investing in the long-term future of advisor technology. So I really will say it's kind of crazy because right now, this year, we're in 2026. At the end of this year and this time next year, the presentation will even be different. Like, that's how much we're really growing with you, and we're setting that pace for what modern travel advisors need. Now, in here, we're really going to dive in a lot of things. And so first, let me preface by saying, if you get overwhelmed, don't worry. I will show you some resources after this because I really want to show you a lot of the stuff that Travefy has available because it can truly be the centerpiece of your travel biz. So whether that's, you know, having an online presence to market yourself and sell more with our websites, or collecting info safely and securely with the forms, or maybe giving your clients that top of the line itinerary and the mobile app that they can use on the go, or also in Travefy, you can track, you know, your own commissions and bookings all in one place. So with that, let me take a sip of water, not Celsius, no more energy here for the day. We're good here now. I'm just going to drink a little water now, and we're going to start exploring this all. So let us go. Here we go. Buckle in. Now, before we jump into the itineraries and the client-facing side of Travefy, which is really a lot of times what we're known for, because that's where we started. But I actually wanted to start where everything actually begins, and that's with the client. Now, that comes in the CRM. And this last year grew so much for us. We had a huge focus on CRM last year. And CRM, a lot of times to advisors or to any of you, can maybe sometimes feel like, oh my gosh, that's a lot. It's a big Big system, intimidating word. It's another system, another tool that you need to keep updated. But in Travefy, the CRM isn't a separate tool you have to manage. It's the foundation that everything else connects back to. So this is where your client relationships live. So not just names and emails, but real context like the trip history, preferences, forms they filled out, all tied back together in one place. Now, what I want you to notice as I walk through this is how you're no longer jumping between tools or spreadsheets or inboxes. Travefy's designed so the work that you're already doing just naturally feeds into your CRM instead of creating more manual steps. So from here, you can manage, your contacts, all of that stuff without leaving the platform. So as I show you this live, think about your current workflow. Where do things live today? And where are you losing time or maybe duplicating effort? Because this is where a lot of that starts to disappear. So with that, let me show you. I'm going to go into Travefy now. And I want to start with the client profile because this is really the hub of everything. And now this is in my Travefy account. So if this is the first time you've seen it, this is where you can see all of your clients in here and you can just check everything out. Now, as I'm going through this, you can see this isn't just, basic contact info. Well, you still have that in here too. You also are going to find all your other information in here as well, those travel preferences, things like that. And then also, not only that, but you're also seeing how this all works together with, maybe what trips they've been on or what proposals you shared with them. All of this is in one place. And as your business grows, this really becomes so incredible because you're not just relying on memory. You also are able to go back, look at this, again, whether it was like preferences, dietary restrictions, anything like that, or maybe notes from past conversations, upcoming travel. It all lives in here. Now, one of my favorite things about the CRM is also how our forms, so remember how I was mentioning how we have that form builder in here built right in, forms can connect directly into those client records. So when you send a questionnaire, you don't have to come in here and just manually type things in that they filled out. This is actually going to automatically import itself right into their client profile. So you don't have to worry about like no reentry, maybe you missed a detail, maybe you typed in their passport information wrong, which could cause some issues. So you don't have to worry about that. That just comes right in here. So again, when they fill this out, just like you're seeing on your screen, it will just, come right in there. And that's just one of the many ways why this is so simple and easy to use and keeps it organized and streamlined. But another part of the CRM part in here too is email. Now, email integration, this is really cool. This is newer. So, okay, I'm trying to remember when we released this, but it was, I want to say it was in the fall. So it's still pretty new. So if you didn't know about this, go connect your email because it's really, really cool. Because what this is going to allow you to do is having your client communication not only living in your inbox, whether it's like Gmail, Outlook, whatever you use, now you can connect it into your Travefy account. So that way the email stays tied to your client record. So when you need to come back weeks or months later, you're going to see the full conversation in history and context right in here. So you can see everything that you've shared with them. You can also reply back in here. So you can, have everything just right in here. So you're not, again, remember how I mentioned all those tabs? This is eliminating those tabs. So it's really, really helpful having that set up directly in here because then nothing gets lost at the end of the day, which is huge, really great and handy. But now another thing that I want to talk about that ties into the CRM as well is we also, oops, hold on. I accidentally just clicked out of something that I want. Okay, there we go. The other thing that I want to talk about is invoices. Now, I want to talk a little bit about getting paid and collecting payments safely and securely because this ties into the client information. Now, Travefy is completely PCI compliant, meaning you have the highest level of security that you can offer to protect your clients. Now, whether that's, maybe you're collecting, you're setting up an invoice that looks like this. This is what an invoice looks like in Travefy that your client will see. And notice how you have your branding, your logo. You can have your line by line items. You can really set it up how you want. They can then go ahead and authorize different payments in here safely and securely so you can make those payments to suppliers. You have a lot of options. We also have, of course, like the credit card authorization form that you can use as well. So a lot of different things. But it's handy. And one thing that I'll point out with the invoice, so this screen that you're seeing, this is when you actually set up an invoice. But one thing that's really nice is you of course have complete manual control to, if you want to package everything together, put in your own, line by line items, you can, but you also can auto populate directly from the itinerary. So when you're building an invoice, you could go ahead and just say, hey, pull in all this information from the itinerary that's already in there. So again, saving time. So really handy in there. And again, I just love the way this invoice looks, to be honest, too. It's very nice. And they can always come back to this and see what else is due. But now with invoices, let's talk about something else. How about your commissions and bookings? Because once trips are booked, everything needs to continue to stay connected. And so that's where in Travefy, you can track your bookings and commissions right alongside the client trip details, which is going to give you visibility into your business without all those spreadsheets or guesswork. And spreadsheets, I don't like them. I don't know about you, but I don't really like a spreadsheet. But you do kind of need them sometimes. So what I love is that you can just see really nicely visually. You can track everything. But if you did need to export things, you still could. So that's what's really nice. And then you can see, you can track everything and say, okay, here's what's still I haven't received payment for yet. Here's what's still outstanding or what I've received of my sales. It's really handy that you can see all of this right in here. So what you're seeing here is truly just not a CRM that's living on its own. It's a system where client information, your communication, payments, and bookings, they're all supporting each other. And that's what allows advisors to spend less time managing tools and more time focusing in on your clients. Now, don't just take our words for this either. So I do want to highlight some real life stories from actual Travefy users. So take Martin from Cafe Trips and Tours, for example. Martin started using Travefy for building those trips, but then he began implementing Travefy CRM into his business, and now everything is connected and managed together, allowing him to save time and make sure he's giving his clients the best experience possible. Now, speaking of client experience, I want to move into trips and itinerary and proposal, quote building, all of that really fun stuff. So this is where advisors just start to move beyond just sharing details and start delivering that true client experience. So instead of, and it's okay if you do this, but maybe right now you currently send multiple emails, maybe you have different PDFs from suppliers, you have some links, but what if all of that could come together in one clean professional itinerary? So what I want to show you now isn't how to build an itinerary from scratch, because I could be here for hours showing you every single different itinerary you could put together. And I would love that, but we'll condense this down for you. But I really want to show you what the end result looks like for your client and how the Travefy's tools help behind the scenes support your, to help you make those amazing itineraries and trips for your clients. So let me open up really quick here. I'm going to go to this tab and I want to open an itinerary that's already built. So this is one that I built so you can see. Now this one, you're going to notice, this is, again, by the way, this is what it would look like for your clients. So I'm doing this on a computer, but if I were to be on a tablet or a mobile or, my mobile phone, I would be scaled down to fit. So you can see as I scroll through here that you'll notice how clear and very organized this is. You also can see all of my flights, the accommodations, it's all in one place. And you can even scroll through, see these photos in here, all of this. It's keeping it all in one compact view. And this alone changes the way clients perceive your business because it's looking professional, it's giving intentional, and it's easy to follow. And again, especially on mobile as well. Now, one of the reasons that advisors love Travefy's itineraries is because of integrations that are built directly in here. Now, you heard me talk about this, hundreds of different integrations built directly in Travefy. And I want to show you a couple of these because this is really where I feel like the lights, just like the aha moments start coming, because you're like, oh my gosh, I could build a really amazing looking itinerary or proposal really fast. And that's the magic of it. So I want to show you in here, whether you're manually adding your own information, your own details, or whether you're pulling from our integrations, I want to show you just how simple this is. So what you see on your screen right now is the itinerary builder. So whether you're building, again, a quote, proposal, or final itinerary, this is what you'll see. I've already started building this out in here, but I do want to add a couple things just so you can see like how easy this is. So for one, you'll notice here that I've already added like flights in here. One thing to call out that these flights are tracking. I'm going to talk about this a couple times because this is truly a feature that we hear time and time again. That's actually users' like favorite thing, is that we are live tracking flights. So if it does update, it'll go automatically. It'll update in here for you and your client to see. And I can't tell you how many times this has saved the day for people. We hear about it all the time. I'm sure it has been doing that over the weekend too, with all the crazy, flight stuff going on. So that's one thing to highlight. But let's say too, we have like our integrations with hotels, so you can pull hotel content in. But one other thing that I want to show you is, let's say that we want to add in like a cruise. Okay, we're in the thick of wave season, right? So I had to do a cruise for this example. So let's say that we want to pull in a cruise. Now, we have one of our hundreds of integrations. We have a cruise database available to you that you can just look up a cruise and pull it right in. It's very simple. So I'm going to show you how. So this is a good example of how easy this is to pull things into Travefy. To pull in this cruise, I'm just going to go in to a new event, and I am going to say that I want to add in cruise. Now, this is really cool because this is going to allow you to just look cruises up. So this isn't like it needs to be booked right now, or it doesn't have to be actual like looking it up with a booking number. You can just search for it. So we could say, let's go ahead, and I think the cruise that I want to look up was a Windstar. And then let's say they're leaving out of Rome. So let's go ahead and put the departing port. So let's go ahead and say this classic Italy one right here. Now, one thing I'll highlight, this is a great example of Travefy's integrations, because as you can see, there's a lot of info you can pull in, and this is really awesome. So we can pull in a lot of stuff for you, like dining things, all of that, but also you have complete control if you want to add it or not. So you could say uncheck any of these, or like accommodations, maybe they're not going to be staying in the owner's suite, as nice as that would be, right? So you can go ahead and check that, or you can leave it in there. So it's completely up to you, but then you are also going to get the complete cruise itinerary. So watch this. This is where the magic really happens. So I'm going to click import. Okay, now watch what happens. And again, this is taking what, 5 seconds, not even. And look at this. I now have this information here, all the ports, all the info. It is just pulling right in. And you have control on this. So if you want to add in your own tour stuff, edit things, maybe you have your own photos, add it in. You can do whatever you want in there. It's so handy. But it doesn't stop there, because let's say, okay, we've got the ports of call. This is great. Let's leave it as it is. But maybe I also want to add in those city guides. So we have built-in destination content that you could pull in as well. So let's say for this stop, let's go ahead and say, we haven't booked anything for them on this stop. So I'm just going to go ahead and add in destination content so they just know a little bit of some options that they could do. So I'm going to come over here on the right-hand side, and I'm going under city guides. Now, we have thousands of different city guides, destination content you can pull from, and check how easy this is. So I'm just going to type in Okay, so here we go. Now I could add in the entire city guide, but I'm just going to add in a section. So again, this could be a lot, so you can pick and choose. And then let's say that we just want to give them things to do and see. So I'm just going to drag and drop that in. And notice that I'm dragging and dropping. That's one of the key things here. Very user-friendly, easy to use. So you can see, and then I could edit this if I wanted, do whatever I need. But look how easy that is. I mean, I have literally done 3 clicks so far to get all this cruise information and to get 2 different guides. That's it. Easy peasy. So that's just kind of giving you an overview of just how easy this is. Now, another thing that I will call out, again, because we could be here for a long time, but one thing I do want to call out, something that we integrated as well was an AI tool. So I know AI, we can't go a presentation without saying AI, right? So one of the things that we built over a year ago now was Smart Import. And this allows you to pull in travel bookings from almost anywhere just by using Smart Import. So you could do this by either copying and pasting information from, a website or an email or wherever it might come from. Or if you have like a PDF from a supplier, drop it in. And then what happens is Travefy uses AI to read it, and then it connects it with any content we might have. So like the flights take for example. And then that way, then we drop it in to the itinerary for you and done and dusted. It's amazing. It's so cool. So I had to explain that. Now, I know there's probably a lot of questions going in there already, but just a heads up, I will have time again, Q&A. If there's questions on like, how would I put together this kind of itinerary or this trip, put it in there because we might be able to get to that. So just want to highlight that as well. But one thing that I do want to point out as well is also talking about that mobile app that your clients have on the go. This is huge. I mean, a lot of users come to Travefy just for this because they want to give their clients a mobile app experience. And the mobile app that your clients get to use is called Trip Plans. And I want to call that out because it's important that this is not called Travefy. That's on purpose and intentional because we do not want to put our name in front of your clients because they don't need to know who we are. They just need to know that this is where they can find their trip. And then they're going to see your logo. They see your logo, your contact information. In fact, I know all the time, some users will just say, go download my app. And I say, yeah, tell them that's yours. Just pretend like you created it. We won't let them know. Well, for all they know, you are coding this app up. So it's really nice. And then that way they can view everything on the go. They can also download all this information on the app. So that way they don't have to be connected to Wi-Fi or using data to view it. You can chat with your clients in here. And then of course, those updates like on the flights are going to happen in here as well. So this is huge. This is a really, really amazing tool for your clients and is going to elevate that experience to a whole new level. Now, one last thing that I do want to point out here, because I can't go too far without showing this, is also, we've been talking about the itinerary, the mobile app. So like once it is booked and once they're on their trip. But let's go back to the beginning. What about when you're giving them quotes or proposals? Well, something that we released, again, over a year ago now, is what we like to call a decision. Now, if you're currently a Travefy user and you haven't done this yet, highly recommend doing this because what a decision is allowing you to do, and what you're seeing on your screen is what a client would receive, is it allows you to present multiple options to your client so they can view those options, make their selection, and be done. And then you can take that selection, turn it into the itinerary, and start booking things. So this is really great because instead of those long email threads or confusion of like different options, present them clearly. And here's what it looks like. So you can see here, they can actually go and click and view a larger view of their, trips. And this is huge for cruises. I would say that's why I use a cruise example because as you can see, putting together a cruise itinerary was really easy. So you could build those very quickly and then just present these options. But then when your client then wants to say, okay, let's go ahead and select the celebrity one. So I can click select, I can confirm, and done. You're going to get notified that they have now made a selection, and then you can go in and convert that into an itinerary. But one other thing that you can do is you can also attach forms to this. So to make this as seamless as possible, if there's forms you need your client to fill out after they make a selection, so maybe it's like you need their passport info, you need their credit card information to make the book deposit, you can create forms and set those up. So now the traveler can do this all at one time. So now I can go through, I can fill out all this information. So when you know I'm ready to book this, you have all the information for me. How cool is that? I mean, I don't want to take this lightly here. That is really cool. So it's so, so sweet. And really, you know, when you're delivering, it isn't just about an itinerary. It's truly the confidence. That way, you know, the confidence for you, but also clients know where to look. They know what's happening. They know what's been decided. And as an advisor, hopefully you're not answering the same questions over and over again, which I know sometimes it happens. I hear that a lot, and advisors are like, just go look at your app, please. That's all you have to do. And even take like what Stacy shared. For her and her team, one of the biggest benefits to using Travefy has been that client experience and looking so much more professional than ever before. And that's really what we're here for at Travefy. So with all that, let's start to bring this home here and look at a couple other tools, because the last piece that I want to show you is just how Travefy supports your business as it grows. Because what works when you have 5 clients shouldn't fall apart when you start to have 50 clients. So being built to scale isn't about adding more tools. It's really about creating that system that works quietly in the background so you can focus on your clients and your business. So take, for example, you know, our website builder that was also ranked #1 by Host Agency Review's annual survey. And it's giving you the marketing. Yeah, Shane is in the background raising. I know, it's so cool. And we are so honored to have that ranking. It's so cool because it gives you the ability to have that online presence and scale your business while, you know, you have that marketing going. Or maybe it's like collecting new leads from those forms. And even automations, which I have barely talked about so far, is we also have so many automations built in that can be working when either you're not at your computer or maybe you're not working either. So, I mean, we love that, right? We love when something's working when you're not actually working and you're saving time. That at the end of the day is the greatest thing. So I just want to show you these final products in action. So one really quick. So I'm going to go a little quicker so we make sure we have time for questions here. And one of those is website and landing pages. So if you did not know, here, let me go here. If you did not know that you could do this, I am so glad that I get to tell you this because we have a website builder built into Travefy. Now, I'm going to show you some examples. As I'm talking, I'm just going to scroll through. This one right here is real. This is a real actual user's website that she truly just built in Travefy. So all of this was built. So whether you already have a website, you can still use this like for landing pages, which I'll show you here in a second. But what's great is that we do have different themes you can use. You do not need to be technical or hire a developer to do this. You create this in Travefy. It's drag and drop. It's really easy. And it's actually it's a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun here at Travefy building our websites. Like this was a fake one that I pretended to build one time and I had a blast doing it because you can really use this to show off your whole entire brand, your services, or again, do these one-off trips. So like, let's say you're trying to focus and sell more of a specific cruise, or maybe you're doing a group trip. Use this for that. You can build unlimited pages in Travefy. So you can have the standalone site that is just for this one trip or this one cruise that looks like this. And then you can put whatever you need in it. And then you can say, you know, like I built this one just to kind of highlight a specific destination. So maybe I'm just like trying to sell more Los Cabos or a specific resort. So I put together this. And then what's great is remember those forms that you can build in Travefy, I can integrate directly into my website. So when someone comes here and they're like, yeah, I think I want to book, or I'm interested, I want to schedule time with you, they can fill this all out right here. You get notified when they fill it out. You can now create a new contact profile, set up a call, start doing all the things, set up a decision, make a booking. I mean, you can see how it just starts to go through. The possibilities are very, very endless. It's really cool. If there's any of you in here too that is currently using like website landing pages, if you want to share one of your pages you built, feel free to do that, because it's always really fun to see what people are building, because it's pretty cool. And I will say too, if you haven't done this before, if you're new to Travefy, we do have what's called Marketplace, where it's content built from other Travefy users. And they're like templates, so you can go in and get it. But we have templates for pages for all these websites, whether you're building a website, landing page, and that way you're not starting from scratch. So if you're like me and you get like overwhelmed sometimes with all the different ways you can do something, go get a template and just work off of that. It's really, really cool. So a lot of things you can do with that. But then another one that, again, I mean, I could do a whole session just on this, but we also have so many automations available to you. So this is where that scaling really starts to feel different, because automation allows you to set up tasks and reminders that trigger automatically. So those important steps do not get missed as your volume is increasing. So you can do a lot of things. I mean, you could build an entire workflow that you connect into trips to say, hey, if it's a cruise, I know that I have to do all these things, or hey, 7 days before the trip, send my client an email that has their, their itinerary, and say, hey, don't forget to download the app, all that stuff. I mean, you can set up all that. Even when they come back from the trip, you can set up chat messages to check in. Possibilities are very, very endless. It's very cool. And a final Travefy user highlight for you is, really, I love this one because Kimberly started using Travefy right away when she launched her business, and she was able to get it set up to grow with her. So she integrated it into her workflow, and what that did was give her more time to spend focused on her clients and growing her company. And I just love stories like this. So because it's truly, whether you're brand new, like you're like, yeah, I just built a business a week ago, you can still start using Travefy. And I would say you should, because you can start to set up your workflow and let it scale with you. Or if you've been in the biz for a while, you still can get in there, start using things, start getting your info in there. There's a lot of easy ways that you can upload your contact list, all that good stuff. So Travefy is truly for everyone, and that's what's so cool about it. So what I want to do is I'm going to pull up a very important slide. Even though the pet slide, I would say, was probably the most important one, this is the second most important one, QR codes. Also, I'll drop in these links. And well, actually, I think Becky, shout out Becky from the team. I know she's in there. If you can share the links as well. Oh, Shane's saying, yep. Okay, perfect. So two things I wanted to give you here today. One, we do offer free trials. So if you want to get started, we do offer you a free trial that you can get in there, play with everything. I recommend, if you want to set up a demo with our team, we have a great support center. There's a lot of resources available. And then also, if you're already a user, or if you're like, I want to do this, but right now is just not the right time, what I recommend, sign up for a newsletter, because we have a newsletter that comes 2 times a month, and it's really going to keep you up to date on any new releases, any new stuff. We even have like a podcast that we actually just had Shayna on last week, and we'll share that kind of stuff. So it's not just all about Travefy, it's also like all the resources we're building for you, and all the educational content that we create. So definitely check that out. And then another thing too is, like I mentioned, support. We offer so much because we do not want you to feel alone ever. So with Travefy, you have live chat in your account. You can schedule time with us. We have daily webinars going on. We also have a lot of webinars going on all the time. We record them all. We have certification. I mean, we have a lot of stuff. And I'm on the education side, so that's literally what my job is. So we do a lot of things for you to help you out with that. So again, here's those QR codes. Now, one thing, and we can start getting into questions here, Shayna, but one thing while you're coming back on is if you are new and you're probably like, okay, what does this actually cost? I kind of forget to show this all the time because I talk about all the great stuff, but here's the nice thing. It's very, very affordable. So with Travefy, you will get all the tools in the plan. Now, our core package is $39 a month, billed annually. And again, that gives you access to everything. Premium is an option for you. If you're wondering, like, what does that entail? Premium is still giving you all the same stuff. But the difference with premium is if you're you don't have currently like your own website or domain, email, you can choose premium and we will set that up for you. So it's a great option if you are new or maybe just haven't really spent the time building that, or you're like, I don't even know how to do that. Do premium, and then that way we can just help you get that set up in that way. But then we also do have agency pricing too. So if you are an agency owner or you have a team, we also have special, pricing with that as well. So a lot of options for you. But again, it's easy, simple, one plan. You get access to everything in there. So, okay. How did we do? Shayna, I am ready for Q&A. I don't know how much time we have left, but I know we'll have time for a few questions at least.
We do. We have about 10 minutes. We've also had Becky ruining my Q&A for me because she's answering all the questions in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. Don't worry, Becky. Please keep answering them. I love it. Okay. So I got a few things. The first thing I want to share is a really great comment that she's like, I already have a website, but I want to use this for my landing pages for group travel. I'm still learning about that, but thank you so much for the videos. They're such a huge help.
Yes, they are. Yeah. And I bet too, we have a lot of different like webinars we've recorded and videos that really will walk you through how to do that. So again, also I will say too, if you're the type of person you watch those and you're like, I still need help, just let our team know. We can schedule time with you too. So it's nice we offer different options for you.
Yeah. All right. I have checked off all the questions that Becky has answered. Becky, you are on fire.
Nice.
But we have a few questions just generally around groups, can and how does it manage group travel? So we've had a few people ask that.
Yes, absolutely. It does. And I will say too that we have been putting some time and effort into this area and will continue to do so in a couple of different ways. So I'm going to go into an example here. I mean, also I would recommend on our YouTube channel, we have done webinars on this topic. So I would recommend to go check that out because it'll show you a lot of great tips and tricks. But here's an example. So let's say, I have this.
Sorry, Stephanie, one thing.
Okay.
Juan, can you share Stephanie's screen?
Oh, yes.
So that everyone can see? Yes, perfect.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Sorry about that. I forgot that it was not shared there. So one thing that you can do in here is our trips stay organized in a way that makes it helpful for groups. So let's say, for example, if you have like 50 people going on this or 50 plus, you can copy itineraries and build different variations. Like, so you have all of that. And it's easy to see, what people are part of, things like that. So that's one way to stay organized, which is nice. You also have the option though, when you are building an itinerary, instead of copying them like I did, you could also utilize our options when we have what's called tagging, where you can actually, and we have a new option, which I'll show you, but you can actually tag people in specific events. So if there's like different flights going on, you can add all the flights to the itinerary and then tag them in the specific ones they're part of. And that way you're building one itinerary. And then when you send it off to everyone, they will see what's personalized for them. Another new thing that our team released is there's this other editing tool where you can start to actually here, let me just create a new one really fast here. I'm just going to create a new itinerary just to show you this. Basically, when you come in here, you can go to this new option where you can edit for a person specifically. So I could drop in all the different travelers. So right now I can say I'm on my main itinerary. So I'm going to add in all the stuff that everyone will see. And then I'm going to go into this person specifically and start to add in just their flights or their tours. And then now I'm going to go into this person's. And it really allows you to start editing things really easily. And then again, you're just sharing one itinerary and it knows that person that it needs to go to for the personalized view. That's one thing that's handy as well. And then the last one is those landing pages. We have seen a ton of people doing that for group trips where they'll build a landing page where anyone that's part of this group, like destination weddings, whatever it might be, they come into that landing page and they have all their forms, they have their itinerary, they have everything in one place. So there's a lot of answers to that question, actually. So I would really recommend go to our YouTube channel and check out the video. Just search like groups, and you'll see there's a lot of some tips you can do.
I love it. I actually have experienced the tagging firsthand. I went on a trip in December. It was a group trip to Uganda and Rwanda. And my advisor, she actually came on the trip with us, but she used that so I could just see. Initially, I saw everyone's flights, and then she tagged everything so I could only see my flights, which was really nice. So
cool.
I know. Oh yeah, I've experienced that myself. Okay, we've got a lot of questions. Quite a few people have asked different ones around, do host agencies use your software? Do they use similar software? I know Becky was talking about your integration with Virtuoso's API. But can you give us a little bit more around how you work with host agencies to be very clear for everybody who's commenting? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and what a great question because of who we're working with here today. All the host agencies. So here's the cool thing. And I said this at the beginning too, we've been able over all the years to make these amazing relationships with host agencies. So that can be different things. So typically if you are with the host agency, a lot of times if we're partnered with them preferred, we have special discounts and rates for them, which is awesome. So definitely check that out if you are with the host agency. And then we also do like specialized training with them. A lot of times we go to like the conferences, we get to meet you in person, all kinds of fun stuff with that. But then the thing that this is like a newer thing, again, all tech tools need to talk to each other. And so one thing that we're doing is you might have your CRM with your host agency that you have to use. And we understand that we don't want to, we're not trying to replace that. So that's why we want to integrate with it. So that's what you're going to see a lot this year, where we are working like how Becky was talking about in the chat with Virtuoso, where we can actually connect our API. And I don't understand. It goes over my head, but I know the product team, basically it's like robot, beep, boop, bop, boop is like what I like to say. And they're connecting everything together. And so basically when you have maybe your client contact information or you have this booked, it's being sent over into Travefy to create that itinerary. And we already have some of that exists. So we do integrate already with some third-party CRMs, like Vacation CRM is a big one, Client Base, just to name a couple. Those are some that already exist where you have your information in there and then you're pushing it over to Travefy to create that itinerary. And we're just going to keep building off of that so it actually integrates with like into our CRM and all of that. So while I can't give you an actual like example or, because since it's not completed yet, but stay tuned because again, it's just going to allow all of your stuff to talk to each other. So you don't have to worry about like having, again, all those tabs open all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for everyone listening, especially for those of you who are newer to the travel industry, Travefy has some wonderful deals with a lot of the hosts because a lot of the hosts bring quite a few advisors who use the program. And so therefore, you get kind of that deal on working with Travefy. But you also, as an independent advisor, can work with whatever technology platform you choose. So if you want to work with Travefy and they don't necessarily have a special agreement with your host, that doesn't mean you can't work with them, right? So especially, there's lots of different size hosts all over. So just remember that Travefy you can use if you want to. And I know that, so many of the hosts out there support it, whether they have a firm deal with Travefy or not. It's your business at the end of the day. So just for those of you who are newer in the space to understand, you absolutely can use Travefy no matter what your host does.
Yes.
All right, I've got one more question before time, which has to do with, because the city guides, you were kind of showing that you can pull things in and out, which is great. We have a great question on, how does everything stay current and valid within those city guides?
Yes, that's a great question. So basically we have two different providers. So we have what's called Trip Report and Arrival Guides. And both of those are they're being updated by like travel editors, tourism boards. And so basically we have, again, with kind of this API integration, that's basically what it is. When they update it, it comes into our system. And I feel like it's pretty, I don't know how often it's actually like happening, like I know that our team, when they get updates, they push it through right away. But I just know that it does stay pretty current. I don't really hear much. I know during COVID, that was a time when it was like, oh yeah, definitely check because things were changing so rapidly. But now it stays pretty current, and that is where that information is coming from. But I will say, if you ever do see something that you're like, that place isn't, that's not accurate or something, let our team know in the live chat, because we can also take a look at that. But I will say, though, it stays pretty up to date, which is nice. And it's nice too that you have two different options that you can choose from, so you can kind of pick and choose what information you want to be pulling.
Amazing. And like that, you ended perfectly on time. Rita is going to love you.
Yes.
So really, thank you so much to the Travefy team. The love in the comments. I mean, Becky, I hope you're screenshotting some of that goodness for Stephanie to take a look at after. Thank you. If you have any other questions, I think Abby has linked their directory about 20 times in there for you. So please go there, go ask them questions directly. They respond super quick. And Stephanie, thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Juan, if you could share the QR code for anyone interested in winning a Starbucks gift card, please scan the code and enter your email. So you'll see that you're essentially registering for the coffee spot. So if you've already registered, no need to do it again. And the winner, we will choose the winners. I will choose them tomorrow morning, like I did for yesterday's, and we will reach out to you at the end of the week. So definitely go register and enter to win. As a final reminder, before I let you go, please do register for each of the upcoming coffee spots. And yes, we'll be doing the Starbucks giveaways for every single coffee spot. As a reminder, for the rest of the week, tomorrow we have Global Travel Collection. Thursday, we have Tour Radar. And Friday, we have Incentive Connection Travel. Now, I will jump into a few minutes to let you stretch. I got to go to the bathroom. And stick around, because in about 4 minutes, we are going to start with our one thing segment. So one person, one idea, they get 5 minutes. And then we are going to come back to our keynote.
Hi everyone, I'm Ilja Chapman and I'm the managing partner of Travel Resources Group. We are a boutique host agency by choice and we care deeply about our advisors' well-being, not just their sales numbers. That's why I have the one thing that travel advisors should do to be successful in 2026, which is to design a business that protects your time, energy, and well-being, not just your revenue. I have seen advisors burn out because they're making too many decisions every single day. That mental load adds up. And burnout is not a personal failure, it's a business design issue. The advisors who thrive long term are not doing more, they're actually deciding less. They have clear systems in place and carefully designed workflows. And that kind of clarity doesn't limit growth, it actually enables it. Often when advisors hear the word systems, they often think of complexity. But the real purpose of system design is actually very simple. It removes decisions. Every workflow that you build is one less thing you have to think about tomorrow. And if you're wondering where to start, don't start with technology. Start with the highest friction moments. So for most advisors, there are three areas of high friction moments. The first, how does a client enter your business? What happens every time someone says, I'd like help planning a trip? Design that moment once, then repeat it. The second high friction moment is how do you build and present itineraries? What information do you gather? How do you present value? When that flow is consistent, your confidence increases and client trust will follow. The third area where you can reduce friction is what happens after the booking is complete. The trip is booked and how to organize the travel documents, follow-ups, final details. A clear post-booking workflow lets you stop worrying about what might be forgotten because the system remembers for you. Here are the key mindset shifts. A workflow is not a constraint. It's a decision you never have to make again. And when advisors design their business this way, they don't just work more efficiently, they think more clearly, they show up more confidently, and they enjoy the work again. Here at Travel Resources Group, we just moved our clients, trips, and bookings, everything to a new reservation and CRM system. And it was a big step, which is not easily taken, but our new reservation system will help reduce frictions. It brings client management, itinerary creation, booking handling, travel documents, email organization, even commission tracking and reporting into one streamlined platform. And the goal is simple: less daily decision making, less mental load, and more focus. I invite you to check out our HAR listing to learn what software we decided on. And if you want, I'm happy to jump on a call with you if you're curious what it looks like for our advisors. So at Travel Resources Group, we believe success in 2026 isn't just about how much you sell. It's about how long you can do this work well and still enjoy it. Design your business intentionally, protect your energy, and let your systems support you. Now, let's start today's Host Week presentation. Off to you, Steph and Shayna. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Ilja. It's Tuesday and we're back. That's right. The HAR team is live and up and at 'em again for another fabulous day of Host Week. I'm Shayna Zand, your MC for the week. And if you joined us yesterday, welcome back. I say we're on a tight schedule this morning. We're always on a schedule. Rita keeps us going. But I'm going to go through just a few logistics to take care of before we jump into our incredible keynote today. I'll address the first question we always get, which is, when are you going to show us more pictures of the pets that I sent in? We did share some yesterday and we'll continue throughout the week. You can send your pet, whether it's a dog, cat, horse, plant, if you want, pig, send them all over to hello@hostagencyreviews.com. Another common question that we get is, will this be recorded or will it be available after the live session? Everything is recorded and you can go back to watch to your heart's delight on our YouTube page here. So subscribe if you haven't already. If you are registered for Host Week, you will receive an email post the event with time blocks and links to exactly each session. So we'll drop a link for you to register in the comments so you don't miss out on that. And you can rewatch all this while eating sushi, because sushi is my personal favorite food group. So go ahead, share in the comments what you binge on after a long day of Host Week. I'm really hoping there's another sushi person out there because, oh, it's so good. And I think that's what I'm going to have tonight after Host Week is done. And we can all bond over our love of it. All right. So while you're commenting on all the food, a couple other logistics to note about YouTube specifically. If you are watching the recorded version on your phone, you can turn on the live comments so that you can see the links that the HAR team, so when I say the HAR team, Abby is in there adding in the conversations, which are super fun. And my last YouTube thing to mention is, if at any time you're feeling like the live comments are out of sync with what's happening on the screen, make sure that the red play bar at the bottom of the YouTube is all the way over to the right, or press the live button that's just below that red play bar. Okay, so now to the more fun stuff. We've got a super great lineup for you today, full of education across the spectrum. And we hope you stick with us throughout the entire day. But if you do need to leave, you can come back. That's the beauty of Host Week, and that's the beauty of YouTube. So we're really excited today to welcome Kristy Durso as one of our keynote speakers this week. Kristy is a leading voice in accessible travel, bringing both lived experience and deep industry insight to the conversation about how we design travel that truly works for everyone. And I'm sure some of you have seen her speak at ASTA's annual travel conferences, among many other places where she does beautiful keynotes. I am telling you from personal experience that this is going to be amazing. And she's someone that I look out for when I'm at conferences to make sure that I'm personally attending her sessions every time. We are also really excited to thank Solstice Collective, our keynote sponsor for today. If you happen to like our Host Week landing page, give Jane at Solstice some love in the comments, or go on to their profile on hostagencyreviews.com. She designed it for us, we're so happy. She might also happen to have a website in a day giveaway that's among one of our 9 giveaways this week. Don't worry, I'll talk more about the giveaways later. So before we get to Kristy, I'm going to hand it over to Jane at Solstice Collective for a quick video. All right, here we go, on to day 2.
Thank you to the entire Host Agency Review team. What you've built with Host Week truly matters. The education, the transparency, and the genuine support you provide for travel advisors has made this week a cornerstone for the industry, and I am honored to be a part of it. I'm Jane Elzinga, founder of Solstice Collective. We are a website design, branding, and social media management agency, and I am excited to spend a few minutes with you. The travel industry is a major focus of our work, and that's because I'm not approaching this from theory. I also own and operate a luxury travel agency. So when I talk about understanding inquiry overwhelm, proposal backlog, supplier coordination, client travel logistics, or trying to keep marketing moving while you're actively selling travel, I'm speaking from lived experience. I understand how travel businesses actually operate because I'm running one myself. That perspective is baked into everything we create at Solstice Collective. Here's what we see again and again. Travel advisors are incredible at what they do, but their online presence doesn't always reflect that level of expertise. Websites feel unclear or outdated. Branding doesn't look like them or their business, or is not aligned with them. Social media feels inconsistent or exhausting. And instead of supporting the business, the online presence becomes another thing just sitting on the to-do list. That disconnect creates friction for you and for your clients. Travel advisors are running real businesses, but the way they show up online doesn't always match the level of service that they provide their clients. Your business isn't transactional. It's a relationship. It's detail heavy, time sensitive, and built entirely on trust. And yet many advisors are relying on websites that don't clearly explain their value, inquiry forms that don't set expectations, and social media that doesn't reflect how they truly serve clients. That's where we come in. We help travel advisors clearly communicate who they serve and how they work, set expectations before an inquiry ever hits their inbox, attract better fit clients instead of more unqualified leads. What we focus on at Solstice Collective isn't rebuilding how you run your business. It's taking pieces off your plate and elevating how your business shows up online. You're already doing the hard work. You're already managing clients, itineraries, proposals, and relationships. Our role is to step in and make sure your online presence reflects that level of expertise, polish, and professionalism without you having to do it yourself. We work with travel agencies and travel advisors at every stage. Some are just starting out and need clarity, structure, and a professional foundation from day one. Others are experienced advisors who are booking consistently and are ready to refine their brand, streamline their systems, or elevate their online presence to match where their business is now. No matter the stage, our role will stay the same. We meet advisors where they are and take the design, branding, and online presence off their plate so they can stay focused on their clients. At Solstice Collective, we offer done-for-you services designed specifically to support travel businesses in real practical ways. That includes custom website design built around real travel advisor workflows, website in a day experiences for advisors who want a polished, strategic site without a long timeline. And yes, we are saying in a day, in 24 hours. It's crazy. Website templates for tech-savvy advisors who want something elevated and flexible, branding that reflects professionalism, trust, and clarity, social media management that supports visibility without the burnout. We also understand that travel advisors don't work in a vacuum. That's why the websites we design are built to integrate seamlessly with tools that you are already using, whether that's your CRM, email marketing platform, inquiry forms, or other travel-specific software. Instead of adding more tech to manage, we focus on making your website work with your existing processes, quietly supporting your business in the background while presenting a cohesive, elevated experience to your clients. Your website is not just a digital business card. It's your first impression. It's a filtering tool, and it should be working for you long before you ever get on a call. It just needs to look polished, feel aligned, and clearly communicate your value so you can spend less time explaining and more time serving your clients. That is our goal. From Solstice Collective, we're truly honored to be a part of Host Week and grateful to be included alongside so many tools and educators supporting travel advisors at every stage of their journey. Next, you'll be hearing from Keynote speaker Turn, a platform built specifically for travel advisors to manage proposals, itineraries, and trip details in one streamlined place. Turn helps advisors stay organized, communicate clearly with clients, and deliver a more polished experience as their business grows. And I wanted to say again, thank you. Thank you again to Steph and the entire Host Agency Review team for continuing to invest in education, transparency, and support for this industry. And most importantly, thank you to the travel advisors here. The work you do matters, the expertise you bring matters, and it is an honor to support an industry built on care, trust, and connection.
Hello, everyone. So I thank you, Solstice Collective, for such a beautiful video. And I am so excited, as I mentioned, probably personally one of my favorite speakers that I've ever seen. So Kristy, I was going to say no, oh my God, I'm losing my words. No pressure at all. But if you're ready, we're ready for you. So I would love everyone give a very warm welcome to Kristy Durso.
Thank you so much, Shayna. No pressure felt at all. Welcome, everybody. We're going to be talking about accessibility, but before we get started, I want to give a quick visual description of myself for anybody who is blind or low vision in the room. I am a short white woman with hair just past my shoulders. I'm wearing a kind of lavender pinkish dress today, And I have these fabulous shoes. They're my shoe of the day. I always have a shoe of the day because you wouldn't expect that from a wheelchair user, would you? Oh, yes, I'm a full-time wheelchair user. So the first thing I want to start with, I want to ask you a question that I want you to consider. How do you define disability? What pops into your head when you hear that term? How do you define accessibility? What does that mean to you? When you hear somebody say, I need something accessible, do you picture ramps? Do you picture ASL interpreters? What else do you picture? Is it one set thing? Or does your definition change based on who you're talking to help you get started in thinking about accessibility the way that I think it should be thought about? I'm going to ask you to do a little audience participation. And this is a little bit difficult in a Zoom, but we're going to do it anyway. And I'm just going to ask Shayna to kind of keep me updated on the response. So we're going to use the chat feature here. I want you to type in when you hear something in your family. So if you've heard me speak before, you've heard me do this before. We're talking about family members. So type the word in if you have somebody in your family with a disability. I don't really expect a ton of responses here, but I do expect a few. So now let's break it down a little bit and see who's really thinking this through. Let's start with mobility. If you have somebody with mobility disability in your family, type the word in. Let's break it down a little bit. What if they have an unsteady gait? They're a slow walker due to pain. They use a cane or a walker or a rollator, not just a wheelchair. That's not the only form of mobility disability. All right, let's move on. Let's type the word in if you have somebody in your family who has a visual disability, blind, low vision. Now type the word in if you have somebody in your family who wouldn't be able to drive if they didn't wear their glasses or contacts. I want you to think about that. How different is your world because of those glasses or contacts? How different would your world be if you didn't have that accessibility? Just because your disability is easy to accommodate and socially acceptable doesn't mean it's not a disability. Let's talk about hearing. How many of you use live captions or have a family member who is able to watch a movie or engage on social media or anywhere else because they have live captions on their screen? How many of you have a hearing aid in your family or a cochlear implant or use ASL? Let's talk about the big one, invisible disabilities. How many of you have somebody in your family with a neurodivergency? This can be autism, ADD, ADHD, PTSD, anxiety, depression. There's a whole scope that fits under this umbrella. How many of you have somebody in your family with an autoimmune disorder, a chronic pain condition? All of these things need regular accommodations. How many of you have somebody who has a food allergy or a dietary restriction, gluten-free? Now, take a look at that list in the chat. Shayna, I'm guessing that we have a lot of ins on that list now, right? This is the audience for accessibility. It's not one or two people. It's not 3 or 4 people. It is almost literally everybody. Everyone is affected by access needs. We just don't think about it all the time. Now, let me just keep you thinking about this for another couple of minutes. How many of you, if you had the choice between 2 hotels or 2 doors, one of them opens automatically and one of them you have to twist the handle and pull it open, and it might be pretty heavy to open while you're dragging your suitcase. Which door are you choosing? Go ahead and type it in the chat. Door 1, the automatic door. Door 2, the one you have to pull open. Shayna, do we have anyone typing in 2 on that? I'm guessing most of you are choosing door number 1. Why? Because it's easier. It's less effort. It simplifies your life to use that automatic door. And again, we already asked the question about closed captions. If you're using that feature, it's an accessibility feature. Let's talk a little bit more about activities. I asked you at the beginning what you think of accessibility, what comes to your head. And my guess is most people think ramps and automatic doors maybe, and sign language interpreters and hearing aids and screen readers for blind, low vision, and quiet rooms, headphones. But what if accessibility is something more? Now, all of you typed the word in when we connected you to a disability in your family. Now type the word out. When I list something, and I'll show the picture because we all live in the age, if there's not a picture, it didn't happen, of something I've done in the 6 years I've been a wheelchair user that you have never done. All right, here we go. This is my favorite part. So let's get my screen going here. Sorry. All right. We have type the word out if you've never gone spontaneously dancing to live music at a restaurant. If you've never been on a water slide or a roller coaster at a theme park. If you've never been in a parade. If you've never ridden a horse. If you've never been to the top of the Empire State Building. If you've never seen a Broadway show. If you've never been to the top of the Brooklyn Bridge. If you've never relaxed on a daybed on a cruise ship while watching the ocean roll by. If you've never gone swimming with sea turtles. If you've never gone swimming in a Mexican cenote. If you've never been to the ruins in Mexico. If you've never held a sloth. If you've never gone ziplining. Do we have, we're going to keep it going. But I see if you look at the chat, a lot of people are already out. Now we have ziplining, tandem ziplining, seeing the Northern Lights, heard a pipe organ concert in the middle of Germany, gone kayaking in the icy waters of Alaska, gone sled dog training, gone on a seaplane, gone whitewater rafting, swam in a glacial river. Are we still getting any outs, or have we wrapped it all up? Is anybody still in? Type in if you're still in. How about done a handstand against a mural? Gone tubing, skiing, go-karting, paragliding, helicopter ride, skydiving, gotten married or renewed your vows on a beach? Or is there anyone who has done all of these activities? These are things that I have done in the 6 years I've been a wheelchair user. Now, let me ask you that question again. What is accessibility? Is it about the ramps, or is it about the possibility of a life being explored? In the world of being a travel advisor, we have the opportunity to make memories happen in so many different ways. And yet often when we're confronted with the idea of planning an accessible trip, we stop at the question, where can I go that's accessible? How is that the final question? Would you ever qualify a bride by simply letting them ask, where can I take a honeymoon? Or a family that said, where can I go on a family vacation? That should never be the end of the question. Accessibility isn't one size fits all. It's not about just choosing one destination where I can roll around freely. It's about the individual and how they choose to experience life. Now let's get a little bit into the logistics of this. The travel industry is changing rapidly, as we all know. In fact, travel is booming even now in this economy. But here are some statistics you might not know. 27% of American adults are diagnosed with a disability in the US. We are the largest minority group in America. In fact, we're the largest minority group worldwide. Yet I don't think we're anywhere close to having 27% of the travel market catering to people with disabilities. And if you think about that number, 27% of the adults are diagnosed with a disability. How many adults are traveling alone? Most travel at the minimum with at least one travel companion. Many travel with a family. So if 27% of your audience is diagnosed with a disability and you're not reaching that market at all, how much of the population are you actually missing? Let me tell you a little bit more about that. $58.7 billion was spent on accessible travel by Americans in the years 2019 and 2020. Let me say that number again, $58.7 billion. And yet, 92% of people diagnosed with autism don't travel at all. 88% said that they would travel if they knew that their destination was accessible. More than 50% of wheelchair users don't fly because they're afraid of their equipment getting damaged, or they're afraid they won't get the accessible room that they were either promised or thought that they should be getting when they arrive in destination. And even more don't participate because the activities themselves aren't accessible. And nobody is helping them to create that accessibility. Here are some numbers from Open Doors organization. 27 million travelers traveled in that time frame. They took 81 million trips, and again, $58.7 billion in travel spending, traveling with companions. In fact, we tend to travel in larger groups than most because we need the help. If you're traveling with a child with profound needs, you want a couple extra people to help. So we take more trips, we take more people when we travel, and we return to the same businesses that did us right the first time. We also need to think about the baby boomer shift. More and more individuals are aiming into disability every single day. 10,000 Americans are turning 65, and that population has the majority of the travel wealth and time to travel. Most disabilities are acquired by age, although many do come with accidents and some are born into them. Most of the disability population is in that older generation that has the disposable income and the disposable time to travel. Let's reframe the way that we think about disability. It's normal. Most disabilities are unseen. Accessibility benefits everyone, and we should be focusing on the function, not the diagnosis. First of all, let's normalize disability. I can't tell you how many times that I have seen travel advisors approach a disability and suddenly everything they ever knew about qualifying a client, choosing a destination, and finding something that meets the personality just flies out the window. All of a sudden, the only thing that's seen is the disability itself and nothing beyond that. When you come across somebody who's asking you to help plan an accessible trip, ask more. It's not simply, well, let's find somewhere where we can take a wheelchair. What do you like? Who are you? Disability is a normal part of the human experience, just like loving literature, loving history, loving the beach, loving scenery, loving being alone, loving being in groups. All of that is simply called being human. We also tend to treat invisible disabilities as people being extra, or we talk about the miracle flight situation that we see often on airlines like Southwest, where people use a wheelchair to board and they don't use it to disembark. How do we know whether or not somebody actually has that disability? Well, guess what? It's not your responsibility to know that. It's your responsibility to ask what accommodations they need, just like you would ask any other traveler what they want their travel experience to be like. It's yours to ask, how do we give you the best travel experience possible? And accommodating disabilities, both invisible and visible, is part of that process. Accessibility doesn't just benefit the one with the disability. Accessibility benefits everyone. We talked a little bit about the doors already. We talked about closed captioning. How many of you use an electric toothbrush? That was invented for disability purposes. We all use products that benefit the disabled in our everyday lives, and we find that it benefits everyone. We have this, especially in the US, we have a very common idea that we should just accept the way things work currently and not worry about, and we should shoulder through, we should muster through. It's a sign of strength, it's a sign of character to just push through when things aren't working. But when we learn to accommodate people, not only are we learning how to be more compassionate, we're also learning how to build human connection and how to create a more friendly world for everybody. Accessibility helps us to see individuals regardless of where they are in life. It helps build connection with people who are different from you. And after all, isn't that the whole reason we travel? To learn from those who are different from us? Accessibility, people with disabilities should be treated as any other people group, one that is different from you, that you have the ability to connect with, learn from, and build community with. And we focus on the function, not the diagnosis. The wheelchair user, using a wheelchair is part of who I am, but it doesn't define everything about me. It tells me how I'm going to get somewhere. It doesn't tell you where I want to go. Accessibility, again, really isn't what you think it is. It is most importantly about communication. When I book a hotel room, there are certain things that I have to look for in that hotel room. I need to know how high the bed is. I need to know what the shower looks like. I need to know how I'm going to maneuver in that room. I need to know if I can open the door to that room. I can't even tell you how many times I've gotten to a place and I haven't even been able to open my own door. That's information that I need to know ahead of time. What is my ability to function as an individual in the destination I'm going? And my access needs are completely different. We often ask, how is this accessible? Well, that depends. How is it accessible for me as an active wheelchair user who wants to do everything adventurous? Or how is it accessible for Corey Lee, who uses a power chair, travels with a full-time caregiver and his mom, and can't do some of the things that I want to do? Those two access needs are very different. What works for him in a hotel room isn't going to work for me. So clear communication is the number one goal in creating accessibility for somebody, making sure that you know what information you need, how to find that information, how to get that information accurate from the destination is your number one step as a travel advisor. The most important thing you do as a travel advisor isn't finding somewhere that says it's 100% accessible. The most important thing you do is understand the access needs for each individual client. And for those with invisible disabilities, you want to make sure there are flexible policies, modified pacing, sensory clarity, and then you want to understand the equipment needs as well. It takes all of this, not just the question, how is this accessible, or is this accessible? How is that accessibility defined and woven in to the final product? When we don't ask those clarifying questions, we end up with situations like this. Both of these are accessible rooms. If I ask for an accessible room, and that's the end of the question, I may get a shower that I can't even reach. Or I may get a tub that has 15 grab bars, but there's not a shower bench. And as an individual who can't stand, that's completely unusable for me. So asking those clarifying questions helps set everyone up for success in the end. Let's talk about some misconceptions. So one, asking for an accessible room is all you need to do. Wheelchair users and other people with disabilities are content with passive experiences. In my experience, this just isn't true. While I do like a museum and I do love history, I also want to be out there skydiving. I want to whitewater raft. I want to climb mountains. I want to ski. I want to do all the adventures. It isn't enough for me to watch the world go by. I want to be part of it. Getting us in the door is only the first step. Allowing me to experience whatever destination I'm in at my personal comfort level with the accommodations I need to experience it. That's magic. Misconception 3, disabled people are poor and they won't be big spenders for us. So we tend to shy away from that. We tend to look for the luxury clients. I can tell you, I have so many clients every year who spend between $50,000 and $100,000 on one trip. We are luxury. Yes, there are some who are poor, just like any other demographic. We span the entire spectrum here. So yes, you may have some who are not spending a lot, but you're going to have even more. In fact, studies show that in travel, we spend 30% more than our counterparts. 2 families of 4 spending $3,000 on a vacation for the family without disabilities. That one with disabilities is spending $4,000. We're an easy market to target if you want to elevate the amount that you're receiving. And let's be honest, we're in business. We do need to be aware of our bottom line. So we want to know these things, right? And how many of us value return clients? I know I love it when I have clients who come back to me again and again and again. And that's what we want to see. And our clients with disabilities return to the same destinations, the same providers, the same services where they know that they were fully accommodated. Misconception 4, we don't travel outside the US, or we shouldn't travel. I cannot tell you the number of times I have heard travel advisors hosting groups say, I have a client who has a disability who wants to go to Europe. And travel advisors inevitably say, they don't have the ADA, you can't go there. Disability is not a US problem. We talked about the numbers here, but people with disabilities around the world make up 17% of the population. And those are just the ones that are diagnosed. We have countries where the healthcare systems aren't as good, so they don't have as accurate of numbers. We make up a significant part of every population. So every country, every destination has to accommodate those with disabilities. In fact, in 2025 alone, I went to Norway, Germany, Colombia, Mexico, and Turks and Caicos. And I had amazing accessibility in all of those. And I will tell you, and I'm willing to bet any other travel professional who focuses on accessibility will tell you the same. It is easier to do transportation in many destinations outside of the US. Transportation is the hardest part of accessibility in the US. We have great accommodations with the ADA once you get to somewhere, but finding the accessible transportation is difficult. In countries where they have a thriving public transportation system, it's easy to get around. They have wheelchair accessible trains, wheelchair accessible buses, and they work pretty well. That's my personal experience and my clients' personal experiences. Of course, we get buses that are broken down and train stations where the elevators are broken, but that happens even in the US. But we shouldn't be limiting travelers simply to US destinations because it's what we know. We should be exploring the countries and the destinations that have that accessibility worldwide, because it is worldwide. Accessibility is found in every corner of the world. We have suppliers in Africa. We have suppliers in Colombia and Peru and France and Portugal and Germany. All of these destinations have at least 1 or 2 travel providers. If they're not working on it as a nation, there are providers working in pockets to create accessible experiences for travelers with disabilities. And travelers with the disability deserve to explore the world just like anyone else. Misconception 5. I've heard this from travel advisors. If it's that hard, people with disabilities shouldn't travel at all. This one completely breaks my heart. We, as travel professionals, know what travel does for us. Travel gives us the opportunity to open up our hearts and open up our minds to a world that we never knew before. If that's true, how much more important is it for travelers with disabilities As a person living with a disability, I can say this because my entire family faces this. My oldest has 30 food allergies, and she has the same genetic condition I do, and she is on the spectrum. My middle child is autistic ADHD, and my youngest child is cognitively and intellectually disabled. We face barriers every single day of our lives. When you live with a disability, it's easy to let life become about that disability instead of life in general. It is even more important for us to get out of that, to get out of our daily routine and get out and experience the world. When we do that, when we take the trip, when we connect with family, when we explore the world, we get to suspend all of that reality around our disability, and we get to see and experience the world as it was created. And for a brief moment in time, we get to focus on human connection and not the limitations that surround us every single day. Travel should be about that experience, no matter who you are. And everybody deserves to make that connection. Everyone deserves the opportunity to live a life fully engaged. Opportunities for travel advisors, accessibility is a competitive advantage. It isn't just a little small niche. We're a growing segment, and it would take so many of us to accommodate all the travelers. I often hear, I get clients passed to me all the time. I have to turn away clients because I don't have enough bandwidth to care for all of them. With as much as that I do outside of that, I still hit $1 million in sales every year, turning away clients because I can't do it all. We need more travel advisors who understand accessibility. And advisors get to be the bridge between a desire to travel and the access we can create. We drive loyalty and referrals when we do that, and we help create a world where everyone gets to live that experience a little bit more. Every travel advisor should ask functional discovery questions, verify everything, don't assume, build an accessibility toolkit, design accessible itineraries, and shift your language and mindset. I have to wrap up. Sorry guys, I'm used to speaking for so much longer. So when we do this, we receive more referrals, higher retention, repeat travelers, stronger reputation, and we increase multi-generational bookings. If you want to be part of this community, if you want to see this revolution in travel, I highly encourage you to join the Accessible Travel Network. We're on Facebook. The link will be, Shannon will post the link for everyone. The Accessible Travel Network, once again, I'm there to ask questions, and I want to tell you about a really cool opportunity we have coming up. Accessible Peru has reached out to me, and they would like to plan a fan for travel advisors wanting to specialize in accessible travel this November. So if you're interested, get in touch with me and we will get that going. And I think I have to wrap it up. I had a little short video, but we've run out of time. So I'm going to close here. I just want to remind you all, once again, accessible travel isn't a handful of people. It is for everyone. I've gotten to see and experience so many different things in parts of the world, and we get to open the door to that when we understand the access needs and we learn to ask questions beyond, is that accessible? And we change that mind frame to saying, how can I fully immerse in the experience? So I'm out of time. Thank you for joining me. Please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to answer questions.
If it was my vote, you would keep talking for the rest of the day. And honestly, I think in our chat, if that was their vote, thank you to everyone in the comments, not only for participating in the questions that you had, Kristy, but also the love and the interest and just, oh, we had some great questions. We'll get them over to you, Kristy, for sure. Please join. We put in the link for the Facebook group a couple times. Please join and ask her questions. I think now you all know why I love her so much. So I just thank you so much for being here. I know that our team was kind of in tears. They kind of shared that in our little backstage area. So just sending you all the love and thank you so much for being here. That was so special. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I love it.
Oh, good, because you're coming back.
Anytime. Anytime.
Good. Okay, good. Like I don't even ask anymore. But yes, thank you. Oh, what a great way to start the day. All right, we're heading out onto our next section. Thank you for all the love in the comments for Kristy. Please reach out to her in the Facebook group. If you cannot get in contact with her and you need some help, reach out to us directly. We can absolutely help you out as well. Okay, we are going to get into our Get to Know the Consortium segment in just a few minutes. But first, a few really important things to mention before we jump in. And we do want to give a huge thank you to our weekly sponsors. That is Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travefy, and Travel Industry Solutions. We also have some wonderful daily sponsors today. We have Avoya Travel, who you'll hear from later today. Same with Dream Vacations Advisor and Dugan's Travels. All those interviews are going to happen today, so stay tuned. Direct Travel, we have their interview on Thursday. Nexion Travel Group, their interview for the US was yesterday, and they will have their Canadian team online on Thursday. Outside Agents had their host interview yesterday. Same with Travel Leaders Market Square. Thank you to all of our sponsors. You make this absolutely possible for us and for everybody attending. So I also want to take a few moments to thank that this entire event is put on by this incredible team behind the scenes, and a surprisingly small team. There are just 5 of us, and this is all in addition to our regular daily jobs, but Host Week is one of our favorite, craziest weeks of the year. There's so much love and effort that Jen, Rita, Abby, and Juan put into this event that deserves a ton of recognition, even if their faces aren't plastered all over your screen the way mine is. And of course, we have our incredible founder, Stephanie Lee, and she's jumping in, checking in, and having fun with you all too. I also would like to give a big thank you to all of everyone's partners, families that help make this possible by watching families, allowing us to work a little bit more than usual, or in my case, keeping me away from the cold outside. So I'm really enjoying being indoors right now. So just a big round of virtual applause for the HAR team and our support networks that allow us to focus on putting on this great show for you all. All right, so let's get to it. Next up is our Get to Know the Consortia section. We have 7 total consortia interviews this week. And for those that are not familiar with exactly what a consortium is, we will drop a link in the comments to an article explaining the role that they play within the industry. Consortia interviews are great to tune into, even if you're looking at getting your own accreditation or you're working with a host. But I'm telling you, everyone should tune into these, because understanding what your host's consortia brings to the table can help you filter down and narrow your host. Or if you want to go completely independent and work just with the consortia, that's also another option too. So on today's docket, we have 2 consortia for you. We have MAST and we have TRAVELSAVERS. So first, we have MAST. MAST is composed of over 210 agencies across the US with a dominant presence in the Midwest. They are a member-driven sales, support, and marketing community of owner-operated independent travel agencies. MAST was also the recipient of the ASTA Regional Consortium Partner of the Year Award, and we would love to wish them a huge congratulations from all of us here at HAR. I personally had the pleasure of speaking with Kara from MAST. So here we go, right into the first interview of the day. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am so excited to welcome MAST. We've got lots of questions, so if you're ready, I'm going to jump right in.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, wonderful. Also, please introduce yourself. First question.
Sure. Yes, I'm Kara Rothkegel. I am the member recruitment and account manager at MAST Travel Network.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here. And we're going to start with the first question, which is, when your consortium set their intentions for 2026, which initiatives, existing or new, are you the most excited about?
Yeah, there's definitely a couple that I'm very excited about. So I was a travel agent for 7 years before I started working at MAST. So when we talked about these upcoming initiatives for 2026, the inner agent in me was very excited. So we're really big on education at MAST. We love to keep our advisors informed on what's new, what's trending, have them get to know their suppliers. So we're really excited to be offering our expedition courses. They'll be free in 2026 for our agents. So these courses are great for new agents that join agencies to learn about the industry as a whole, or if you're not familiar with river cruising, but you really want to get into selling it, these courses are great for that, because then you learn about the suppliers, you learn about the different rivers and how to match those with your clients. So we're very excited that those are going to be free in 2026 for our members. And then at MAST, we're in the Midwest, so we do a lot of events in the Midwest, and we're changing them up a bit. We're really going into a lot of more peer-to-peer learning. We think our agents learn best from each other. So we're doing more peer-to-peer learning opportunities. They can meet and interact with the MAST staff more. And of course, the supplier relationships are a big thing too. So more events for them to meet and network with suppliers and other members. And then finally, something we're really proud of is our mentorship program. So when we have new agencies that join MAST, we actually match you with a veteran agency that's been in MAST for a while. So this mentorship program has been expanded and improved upon. It's more structured, so you have monthly check-ins, things to talk about each month with your mentor, and you have a familiar face then whenever you go to a MAST event. And you get to learn from them about what marketing programs that we offer that they could start up in. And just again, that peer-to-peer learning that I think is really valuable for agents.
Oh, I love that. Everything to me you talked about was really about community. And I think that's cool. That's exciting. All right, next question. You ready?
Yeah.
Yes. So we know that many host agencies offer their own annual conferences, and you kind of alluded to this in your first answer. Can you suggest the top reasons why advisors would want to also attend your conference this year?
Yes, our conferences are my favorite event of the year. We do them in a different city each year, not just in the Midwest. We go all over the country. And the biggest thing that people take from it isn't just the learning and, they met with new suppliers, it's the relationships that they build. We have such a great community in MAST, and you feel like you've got new best friends, you're with your family, and you learn from them. And that's what we really try to do at conference. And we try to keep it fun. We want you to feel like you're in that destination, not just in a conference room all day. So we try to do really great events where you feel like, okay, I'm in Boulder, Colorado, and I've seen it. And now if I wanted to sell it to my clients, I could, all while doing it with your great friends that you've made.
Good. I love that. Absolutely love that. All right, you ready? Question number 3.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing. What are some of the most popular travel trends that you feel your advisors should lean on to have a profitable business?
So for sure, group business is big. It's a very profitable business strategy to start selling groups and to build that group business, because once you have successful groups, then you're going to have clients that kind of stay with you for life. So they'll just keep booking with you even on their own vacations. So I definitely think it's smart to build your group business. Some trends that we're kind of seeing is definitely luxury. That's always a hot topic over the last couple of years, but luxury has been expanding. What it means, what luxury travel means is big right now. And just more unique experiences for people, maybe that have done safaris and pivoting them towards expedition cruising. And just kind of giving them those unique experiences that maybe they hadn't thought of before. And they feel like they've done it all, but really they haven't. So that's kind of the trends that we're seeing.
Yeah, very cool. What as a consortium, what are your predictions for the host agency growth in the coming year?
Yeah, I think with the host agencies, it's expanding, and I think when new advisors are coming into the industry, they're really looking for support. And that's something we're really happy about at MAST, that we offer our members that are host agencies. They have that support to help with their business, and also their advisors that are joining it and first getting into the industry. So they have all that education that they can lean back on and offer their new ICs that come on board. So that's something we're very proud of.
Oh, that's wonderful. Now I'm going to head into the two fun questions. You've made it through the intense four. So let's have a little bit of fun. So if your consortium had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
It's such a good question. We debated this quite a bit at the office, but I would say, because we're called MAST, and we love community and we're big on community, we would be the Sailing Otters. And we're just sailing towards success. So that would be our mascot.
That is the cutest
Who
answer.
doesn't love otters?
Oh, yeah. Oh, what a great answer. And I feel like the answer to the next question is going to be just as great, mostly because I know what the answer is. So MAST has been wonderful enough to offer a Host Week special. Could you tell our audience a little bit more about what's on offer?
Yes. So if you were to join MAST by February 28th of 2026, at any membership level, you'll receive $200 off your membership dues. So this is valid for new members only, but we'll give you that $200 off if you join MAST before the end of February.
That's so wonderful. Thank you so much. And not to worry, for our audience, we will make sure that we keep linking the Host Week deals page so that you can take a look. Kara, thank you so much for being here. This was such a pleasure. And now awkwardly, I'm going to hand it back over to Shayna. See everybody in a few seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm back. I promise for only a short time, and then I'm going to hand it back over to myself. Thank you, Kara. We did link MAST's directory, so please go check them out. If you are listening and you do already belong to a consortium, or you are a member of a host that belongs to a consortium, we'd love for you to take a moment right now to write them a glowing review. Your feedback helps other travel advisors make the best decision for their businesses. At the end of the week, we will be giving away a $25 Starbucks gift card to one of you who leaves a review for them this week. So we are tracking. We also know that the consortium would love to hear from you. So please go ahead, feel free to leave a review. Okay, next we have Travel Savers. So today is a 2 consortium day. So Travel Savers is an international marketing leader of more than 3,000 independently owned agencies in over 35 countries. And you can always check out the consortia profiles and scroll down to the bottom to see which host agencies are members. So that will help you out as well. So now let's hand it back over to myself and the wonderful Nancy to learn more. Oh, hello, Nancy. Welcome. We're so excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. So excited. So I'm going to jump right into the questions if you're ready. So when your consortium, Travel Savers, set their intentions for 2026, which initiatives, either existing or new, are the ones that excited you the most?
I think the most exciting is our growth. Coming out of an incredible 2025, we actually grew over 115 agency partners, representing more than $420 million in revenue. It has just been an incredible year. Most of this I attribute mainly to the programs and my team, which offer the highest level of partnership and support. I mean, it's just been amazing. And although we're such a massive resource, we continue to maintain that really close family feel relationship with our agencies, all while delivering a really big impact on their business. So it has really just been an incredible year. So heading into 2026, that's, I think, what I'm most excited about is for all of that growth to continue, but not only with new members, but with our team as well. So our programs, and as I've explained, in past interviews, our programs and our technology are all proprietary. We build all of the tools that are specifically designed for our members. And we're constantly continuing to evolve and grow them just so that we can continue to offer that very, very high level of program. But excited to be expanding our team, because in order to continue to provide that support and those levels of service, we have to make sure that our team is also expanding at the same rate. Excited about is CORE, is our new to industry educational platform, which has now also been enhanced with the ability for the agencies to customize it and add their own modules. So as we continue to train new to industry, which is going to continue to offer an opportunity for our members to take on new agents, it also gives them the ability to train their internal teams and to customize those programs specifically for their own host agencies as well. Another one of the enhancements is an internal reporting tool, Power BI, which has been a business management tool that is also helping us to maximize the profit share opportunities. All of our agencies have the opportunity to earn at the end of the year, but we want to really make sure that our business analyst team has better data and can really continue to provide that support at the highest level possible to help them maximize all of their earnings. Just a few of the new initiatives, but growth has absolutely been the most.
That's incredible. I love the support and family. I absolutely love that. And that's very exciting, the growth. Absolutely love it. All right, question number 2. We know that for many host agencies, they do offer their own annual conferences. Can you suggest the top reasons why advisors would also want to attend TRAVELSAVERS as well this year?
Those events are hugely important, not only for us, but more so for our members. And we put a lot of work into these. And the real value is the education, not only with the programs that we offer, but also all of the suppliers that we work with as well. They're always excited to meet with our members also. And the networking, to have the opportunity to meet with and share ideas with like-minded travel professionals, it just doesn't get better than that. And to really spend that time with the executives from all of our supplier partners. But the real important thing to note is that because we're very strategic in our partnerships, and the agencies need to qualify to be members, gives us the ability to offer those educational sessions and those networking opportunities at a much higher level. We're not offering those 101 level educational opportunities. It's really going to be for those next level agencies who really want to take their business to the next level. All of the new agencies that joined last year that actually went to our conference, that was the number one thing that they all said, that even though they had gone to other conferences, this one was the one that they were impressed by the most, meaning that we are almost sold out now for this year's conference. So here we are in San Antonio, September 24th to the 27th at incredible JW Marriott with our Affluent Traveler Collection Symposium the day prior. So we're excited about that and almost sold out at this point.
Almost sold out, and the event isn't for another 8 months. It's pretty fantastic. All right, so next question is, what are some of the most popular trends, travel trends, that you feel that your advisors should really lean into to have a profitable business?
Importantly, they have to lean into whatever they're most passionate about. And then also make sure that they're well educated on whatever aspect of industry that they choose. With luxury, I think, being the by far the fastest growing segment of our industry right now and the most lucrative, I think, coming out of what was a pandemic, that has been the direction that a lot of agencies have evolved to, in focusing on Avoya Travel Collection, which is our luxury brand. That's also growing at a very rapid pace. With the inclusion of a lot more properties offering very rich amenities to our agency partners who are included in that segment of the business. But I think really the one thing is to be well educated and passionate about.
Yeah, wonderful. I love that. I think I completely agree with you. I think a great trend and something that you should consider is something that you are passionate about, because others are very likely to be passionate about it as well. All right, the last, I guess, serious question, if you will, before we jump to, as we always do, the fun question. But as a consortium, what are your predictions for host agency growth in 2026?
As you mentioned, we are a consortium, so we're not a host. But that being said, we do have many host agency members. Are growth. We're seeing explosions on that side of the business. But I'm also seeing a different direction with a lot of the host agencies looking to really diversify their business a little bit more as well, which gives us the opportunity to just continue to provide better tools for those host agency partners. Not only the profit share component, but also the tools within our program that give them that customized marketing for their ICs to individually go out and market their own business, which is in turn going to grow the host agency's business. So it's really about us providing all of the support and the tools to help them with that growth that they're experiencing. And also, it's really about just having a better toolbox. The better toolbox you have as a host agency, the more you're able to attract those ICs that you want to keep close to you and reward them for being those high-level agents. So it's all about us supporting them.
Wonderful. I love that. And a great segue into our final question and the fun question that we love. So if TRAVELSAVERS had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
I thought about this, and the funny thing is, I'm going to say a penguin. I have to explain.
Okay.
Because for 26 years, I've had this picture in my office, which you can't see, is hanging above me. And it's of penguins in the Antarctic. But penguins are just so fiercely loyal to their community and to their partner and to their family. And they always go that extra mile to really protect and nurture them. And I just feel like that is just so representative of the partnerships that we have and how fiercely loyal we are to our agency partners and how we go so above and beyond to support and nurture them and just to make them feel like part of our family.
I love that. I'm actually I have my penguin photos just over that way from Antarctica. So I'm going to go take a look at those after this. But Nancy, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, TRAVELSAVERS. And awkwardly, as I do, I'm going to hand it back over to me. Thank you again, Nancy.
Thank you so much for your time, Shana, and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm back. Thank you so much to Nancy. She is with us in the comments. So hi. And a reminder to everyone in the comments to take a look at the hosts. So the host agencies that are members of a consortia like TRAVELSAVERS as well. As I mentioned yesterday, 99.97% of hosts are members of a consortia. So really great not only to look at the hosts, but look at the consortia that they're a member of as well. Okay, so I don't know if you know what time it is, but I definitely do because I have Rita's schedule in front of me that says it's time to get to know your host. So we are headed into the host interviews for today. For those of you joining us for the first time, here's the drill when it comes to the host interviews. Similar to our Consortia interviews, we ask each host the same questions. Some are stereotypical questions that help you learn about their programs, but in true HAR fashion, we've also whipped up some less traditional questions that can give you an inside peek into the company's culture and philosophies. Last year's was music. If you just listened to our interview before or yesterday, this year is all about mascots. So, and please don't be shy about asking your questions. Especially you can go directly onto their profiles that Abby will keep sharing for you in the comments. You can ask your questions directly to the host. Okay. Many of the hosts and Consortia will have representatives or advisors within their network in the comments as well. So have some fun there. It is a really unique opportunity to engage with them. And like I said, you can go to the Q&A tab in their profiles as well. All right, let's get started. So our first host today is one of our weekly sponsors, Rainbow Getaways. A big thank you to the team for their support of Host Week. Go ahead and give them some applause and some love in the comments. So does anyone else love seeing these little, I love when the hearts float up on the screen. I get so much joy every time. So with that, I'm gonna get off of your screen and I'm gonna leave it to Michael to get the dish on Rainbow Getaways for us. Take it away.
Welcome back to Host Week here on Host Agency Reviews. I'm Mike Shoddy, Vice President of Membership, Marketing, and Communications at ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, and I'm joined by Scott Wismont. Scott, how are we doing today?
I am doing absolutely excellent. I hope everyone's staying warm and enjoying their host week so far.
Hi, Scott. I see that you're a CTIE and I love the professional development, but tell everyone your host agency, where you're from, the sort of things that you do.
Yeah, so I'm the founder of Rainbow Getaways. The agency itself started because I believe everyone deserves to travel, and I focus on inclusive travel for my own clients. And the deeper I got into working with the overall LGBTQ community, I realized that there's a lot of advisors out there that want to do the same thing, but their host agency just doesn't focus on it. They let them book it, but it's not something that they really focus training on or they get to know very well or find the destinations that work great for our community. So I started working with other advisors and growing Rainbow Getaways into Rainbow Getaways Travel Network. So now we operate as a host agency, welcoming advisors from all over the country to really allow everyone to sell inclusive travel. And that inclusive travel is defined differently for each person. So it's not just LGBTQ travel. We work with accessible travel. We work with the LGBT community. We work with allies, really anyone who wants to focus on feeling welcome wherever they are at. And I'm a big proponent, as you see from my letters after my name, in professional development, whether that's the trip kit from the very beginning or going through your CTA or CTIE. I'm a big proponent of that and getting continuous education. So we always are working with our advisors to get their education, whether it's professionally or just through our monthly meetings as a team or with our partners.
And so that dovetails perfectly into the first question on our list, which is, as you look ahead to the rest of 2026, what do you see as Rainbow Getaways or your unfair advantage, the support piece that you have, the relationship that you offer that most hosts don't? And what do you think that does for the advisors in your network?
So our biggest secret sauce that's not really so secret is the inclusive network that we built out. I have spent a lot of time finding properties, finding DMCs, tour operators that are not just supportive of the community because they want the gay money. They are a part of the community. They're active participants as allies, or the companies themselves are gay owned. And so by working with Rainbow Getaways, you gain access to that knowledge, as well as the coaching that we're able to provide to help you build your business. I am a teacher at heart. I love helping everyone grow and building their business. So I make myself available to my team to talk about whatever they need to talk about, whether it's about marketing or how to handle a client or where to send somebody, or even what they should learn next. I'm always available. We have a Slack group and I make myself available in there or by whatever means we need to talk about, whether that's a weekly meeting or whatever, just because I really want everyone to be successful.
So I want to dial in because you're a new kid on the block, growing network. I want to dial into the last part of that question. In your sort of wildest dreams, what are the outcomes that produces for the advisors in your network?
Oh, the wildest dreams that I have. So I'll answer this in two ways. One, as the overall network, is to be the host agency when somebody talks about gay travel. So if you want to work with the LGBT community, if you want to be focused on accessible travel, inclusive travel, you come to us because we have that network. And we are supported by Ensemble. So we are an ensemble agency, and they have done a lot of work to help me build out the network even more, bringing in other partners into Ensemble so that they are preferred with them, giving us the preferred rates, as well as anything that they need to support us for marketing, as well as back-end technical issues or things like that. And so that helps our advisors really be successful because they can come into a network that is very, very fluent in the overall space, but also has the connections so that if I don't know specifically what you want to do or where your clients want to go or what you need, I know somebody that does. And so I can make that introduction, or if you want to work with a new partner that I've met, I can do that introduction and you start doing what you need to do.
Awesome. I love that. So we've talked a lot about the education, but I want to talk about technology because it's 2026 and like the travel industry gods will come for me if I don't ask about AI. So I have to ask, like, what is Rainbow Getaways doing to embrace technology or AI to make business easier for your advisors?
Yeah, so technology is something that I'm very passionate about. I have always been one of the first movers since I was a kid, pulling apart toasters with my grandparents. And so I love figuring things out, finding new programs, especially now that everything's technical on the computer. I love to figure out how things work. And so I was an early adopter of Turn. So if you're in the Turn community, you have probably seen me around and there. As an early adopter, I have provided a lot of feedback to them to help them build out that program into what it is today. And I bring that experience to all of the advisors. So anytime somebody has a question about Turn, they're usually slacking me just because I know the answer. I can tell them where to go get the answer, or I can tell them the workaround. And also pulling in the AI part of that. We use AI to work on our blogs. We work on our social media, but also it's a good way to gut check if something's not working correctly. And so like I was just having a conversation with it about some ideas for some clients to make sure that I was going down the right path and they weren't exactly out of the realm of possibilities, just because I want an extra gut check. And so we have our ChatGPT, which is what I use, but I've trained it and I work with all my advisors to train their own to make sure that it is going to give them the type of results that they need and not just some generic things.
Fantastic. I love that. So it sounds like you've got a great community. You're communicating with them. Sounds like just about 24/7. When you think about some of those top advisors that you've added to Rainbow Getaways, what are some of the most creative ways, and maybe it's your own agency, but what are some of the most creative ways that you're generating leads for a business?
Because each advisor is so unique, working with their own individual community is where they get the most success. Because one of the things that I talk about with over and over again is you are not selling travel. You are selling yourself. And being able to sell yourself to your local community, whether that's your neighborhood, your extended family's network, because we all know we don't necessarily want to sell to friends and family long term, but their network is who we want to sell to. And we also have the ability to go to the prides or the local chambers that we have. And having that local presence makes you the expert and people get to know you, especially as you start to build out your business and you're able to start participating as a sponsor at local events. It really kind of spirals up and up and up from there. And then we've got advisors that have started in the BNI chapters, or leads group is what I did down here in Florida. And from there, you get your name out, and then you become much more active in the local community once again, and it just spirals. Whether that's winning the best of your local cities as a travel advisor, or you're just becoming a board member and just having local access and becoming an expert that people trust you, or trust that you know what you're talking about, and they come to you for professional advice.
Yeah, that selling yourself is such a great sort of piece of business acumen that I think a lot of people don't understand, that simply being a good person is going to do more than any social media post ever will, because people trust you and people come back to you, and providing a good trip for them is so much. So in many ways, the best marketing advice is just simply get out into your community and be a good person. And I love that's what you're preaching. Yeah. So new kid on the block again. So some of this might be, dream a little dream with me, Scott. How are you going to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
So I've been setting the framework for Rainbow Getaways to be big. We are a boutique agency, and we will always be a boutique agency because of the type of product that we work with, and the type of advisors. Just because I want to make sure that we're all focused on inclusive travel. Now, like I said, that inclusive is up to you, but that's the framework. But what I've done is built things out so that we can grow. And as we grow, we have things in place. So like one of the things is like when it gets to the point where we have more advisors than what I can handle, because there's only 24 hours a day, we've got business queens. And these are going to be individuals that basically work as your point of contact. They are experts that have been around the block a few times, that are able to help you grow your business and mentor you. But then also we have the top fan, and that's our top producer of the year. And they get literally a fan. So one of the, I don't have it on me, but one of the little expandy fans that we love. So you can clack together once you are successful.
That is fantastic. I love it. And even just from the terminology, the playfulness, the whimsy, like it's very clear that you know who your tribe is and who you're attracting. I love that about your brand and about you personally. So we're having fun. We're talking about clicky clacky, church fans. But so I've got a fun question to wrap us up here. If Rainbow Getaways had an official mascot, you can't pick yourself. I'm going to ask you to pick an animal. Official mascot, what would that animal mascot be and why?
Oh, if anybody doesn't already guess this, they haven't been following along. It would be a unicorn. Something that's magical, something that's elegant, and something that's just super unique, and just you're lucky if you run into it.
I love that answer, and it's very clear to anyone listening that this is a unicorn type host and a unicorn type host owner. So thank you, Scott, for the time, and thank you for the great work that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me today. It was a pleasure chatting, and I hope everyone has a fantastic host week.
All right, thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you so much. And I know Scott is in the comments. He also has 2 wonderful specials and deals that he's offering during Host Week. So if anyone listening wants the information about the deals, please go and visit our Host Week specials page. Abby will share a link for you in the comments. And I know you also all heard Scott mention that they are a member of Ensemble. We will hear from Ensemble on Thursday, so definitely stick around for that as well. For those of you just joining, welcome back to day 2 of Host Week, the week where we celebrate hosted agents and this incredible industry that supports them. If you are confused why we just had Michael from ASTA with Scott on Host Week, ASTA, which is the American Society of Travel Advisors, has been an amazing partner for us over the years, and they helped us out with pretty much all of those interviews. You will also see ACTA, which is the Canadian equivalent, who supports and represents advisors in Canada. They will be doing some interviews later this week on Thursday, kind of our unofficial Canada Day. On a more practical note, you can expect that every day we will start with a keynote to get everyone warmed up and ready. And then we are going to have all of our interviews, something like 38 host interviews and 7 consortium ones throughout the week. So get ready. And then we end the day with our EduSpot. So our 3 20-minute educational sessions. So super fun days. And we've got 3 more of them after this, but we've still got a lot to go today. So let's have some fun. And what isn't fun about some giveaways? So we are going to share one more link in the comments before I hand it over to our next host interview. We have 9, that's right, 9 incredible giveaways coming your way. We will announce the winners live on Friday. If you're not able to be here with us Friday, not to worry, but we will announce the winners live. We have the Wander Network has a social media session. Dugan's Travels is giving away a Starbucks gift card. Colette is giving away a $1,000 travel voucher. Royal Caribbean, 2 spots on a cruise. There are 2 to choose from, either the Bahamas or Alaska. Solstice Collective, who we heard from earlier today, is going to build a website in a day for you. Anchor Travel Experts has a one-on-one travel agent efficiency audit for processes. Intrepid Travel has a short break trip for a value of up to $2,500. Stillwater Safaris has a $500 travel voucher. And finally, Wyndham Grand Rio Mar Rainforest Beach and Golf Resort is giving away a 3-day, 2-night stay. So we will share the link. Please go enter to win. If you already have entered, you have entered, so you're good to go. And we will announce the winners on Friday. Okay. So here we go. We are going to head into our next interview. We have cruise planners. They are a franchise model, so different from a typical host. We will post a link in the comments for you to understand more about what a franchise model is. They also happen to be the winners of the ASTA Franchise Partner of the Year Award at the ASTA Global Awards that just happened. So congratulations to the entire team. And now I'm going to send it over to Scott from Cruise Planners and Jackie to tell you more.
Hey there, welcome to Cruise Week, or to Host Week. I am Jackie Miller with the American Society of Travel Advisors, and I am here with a friend today, Scott with Cruise Planners. Scott, how are you?
I am doing swell. Thank you, Jackie. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, thanks for being on. Before we jump into the questions real quick, just tell us what you do.
I am the interior designer of my background, which I wish, but
Very
no,
beautiful.
I am the chief strategy officer for Cruise Planners, and Cruise Planners, of course, the largest franchise in the U.S. and over $1 billion in leisure sales.
Awesome. Awesome. We'll jump in. We're going to be talking about this year. So tell us a little bit, what do you think is your unfair advantage? Is there a support piece, some kind of tool that you offer that many hosts maybe don't, that sets you aside? And then what's the outcome you think that produces for your advisors?
Well, great question. And of course, I could go on as for hours with all the various unique tools and support programs that we offer, which we do have many, and we hope folks will research that a little bit more. But if I had to pick kind of a couple of the things that really set us apart, one is our marketing program, which is very sophisticated and very inclusive throughout the entire year of allowing various different digital as well as direct mail marketing that can go directly to the right customer at the right time. So that's a huge advantage. But probably for those in the industry, more than anything else is our technology platform. Ours is very unique in that it's proprietary, that we have built it ourselves from scratch, based on knowledge of and being in the travel industry. And really the most important part of that is the integration of the various tools that are within that technology. And so instead of, a lot of host agencies say, well, we don't really have technology, but you should use this one for your CRM and use this one for your itinerary builder and this one for something else. Everything is built together. We have every aspect of the business tied together. So what it really comes down to answer the last part of your question, is that's really just allowing for efficiency. And, efficiency basically at the end of the day equals sales. If you can get more done in a shorter period of time in a more efficient way, you're going to be able to get on the phone more and talk more to customers and eventually sell more.
Time is money, right?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
The next question, you a little bit touched on it. So it's sort of how's your network embracing technology, but is there any AI that you are also maybe working with to help make business easier and or maybe more fun for advisors too?
Great question. I didn't even give you these questions, and it's just perfect because we were really the first host agency that actually integrated AI. So everybody's talked about it, said, oh yeah, AI is really important, et cetera. But once again, the difference is integration. If you say, oh, AI, yeah, it's something, and here's where they need to go to do that, and then they can pull it back over here to put it in this system or pull it over here to put it in the email. Our AI is 100% integrated into our overall technology platform. So it happens in a few different ways. One is obviously, the one that's probably the most well-known is I'm composing an email or composing a proposal. Can I go to EI and help fix that? Well, yes, you can, but the nice thing is you're doing it right within the system. So you don't have to pull anything over. You don't have to send it somewhere else. It's all built in there. But we've also expanded that we actually have something called Ask Max. Our technology platform is called CP Max, Cruise Planners Max. And CP Max, we have an Ask Max. And again, it's really designed to be kind of like almost a Google within our system that they can type anything they want in natural language. And it'll take them right to the right page, the right tool, the right resource within there. So a number of different aspects of the way that we're bringing in AI. We're actually hiring, I think, an entire team of 5 or 6 professionals in AI just for cruise planners. So, and quite honestly, these aren't cheap people. These are people who, again, if you're an AI expert these days, you can kind of write your own ticket. So again, I don't think there's any other host agency that literally has full-time people that are doing nothing but how to integrate and best use AI in the system.
That's amazing. That's big time. All right, shifting gears a little bit. So when you think about your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that when they have all this extra time on their hands, that they're generating leads for business?
Well, again, there's a lot of creativity that happens, and the way we describe it and the way that I've described marketing is that you basically have 3 different types of marketing that exist. You've got what's called acquisition marketing, which is everything you do to put people into your database, which certainly in the first few years of most agencies is where they have to spend most of their time, right? Most agencies in their first 3 to 5 years are really going out and doing all the trade shows, the Chamber of Commerce, the BNIs, it's everything and anything. To answer directly your question around the acquisition side, it's just getting out the door. It's one of the things that I've said for years is that we call ourselves home-based travel agents and home-based travel advisors, right? And which is great. And, obviously people recognize that. But the truth is, it's kind of a bad term because what we really should be is mobile travel advisors, getting out of the door and getting out from behind, even if you have a real nice, background like I do here. The truth is you need to get out. You need to talk to people. The more people you talk to, the more you're going to sell. And so it's how do you do that? What are different ways to do that? And of course, some of the most creative ways are just going to various shows that have nothing to do with travel. And actually, there's an advantage if you're doing an art fair or you're doing a wine and cheese festival, because you're probably not going to have much competition there and you're going to reach the right demographics. But that's only part one. And part one is you've got to get them into the database. But then you have to have a sophisticated cadence of how you're going to reach out to those people. And it could be over 1 to 2 years or 3 years even that someone's in your database before they finally raise their hand and say, okay, I'll talk to you about a vacation. So you have to have both of those pieces really aligned. And so the creativity is on the first is yes, getting out the door. The creativity on the second really comes down to just using the services that we provide and making sure that you're consistently reaching the customer with the right message at the right time. And the third marketing channel, just to close the loop here, is retention. And the retention, there's no doubt that most of our better agencies, as time goes on, and actually, again, I'm talking to them on a regular basis through all of our meetings, once they've been in the business a while, a big chunk of their business is coming from a smaller group within their database, right? It's the old 80-20 rule that we everybody agrees with. But you need to market to those folks differently, right? They shouldn't just be lumped into your database and getting an occasional newsletter. They need to be marketed to what they want specifically, what's of interest to them, because that's where, again, you're going to get the best return. So paying attention to all 3 of those marketing channels is incredibly important. And that's how we've developed our systems for cruise planners. Very
cool. So when your advisors have success, and that could be, the brand new one who hit the first milestone, or, these top advisors hitting, buku sales, what's one way you're planning to celebrate their wins this year that's maybe unique?
Well, we celebrate their wins based on obviously their overall sales, and at our annual conference, we put a lot of awards and recognitions, in particular to what we call our Millionaires Club, and that obviously is folks that do over $1 million in sales, and that number of agencies is growing dramatically. And of course, we're in a very interesting business, right? In that. Both as a franchise and I think any host agency, that you've got various people coming in with various goals and various amounts of time they want to put into the business. So right. There's a number of people who do it as a side business. There's a number of people who, frankly, just want to do it part-time because they're retired. They don't feel like working, as hard as maybe they did before. And then there's those who are full-time, driven by income, et cetera. The way that we explain it on Cruise Planners World is that our goal is simply helping our franchisees hit their goal. That might only be, $50,000 in sales. And if that's the goal and that's the amount of hours they want to put into the business, we want to make that as efficient as possible and as good as we possibly can. And that's wonderful, right? That works and works really well. But if the goal is, no, I want to build this business, I want to build it up, we provide all those tools and those resources to get them there. And so, the celebration, of course, comes in multiple different ways. Obviously, the recognition at our conference. We also have a fee reduction that happens as they continue their productivity. So the higher in productivity they go, the split, I'll say, that's a typical term used in the host world. Ours is actually used, we call it a royalty, but it's the same thing. Goes down, and it actually goes to zero at a certain production value, and so do the monthly fees go to zero. So again, we're going to reward them financially based on those sales because we are a sales-based organization. I mean, that's what drives the machine. But we're happy to help people hit whatever they want to hit.
Very cool. Been looking forward to asking you this one because I can only imagine it's going to be funny. But so if your host agency had an official mascot, Scott, what would it be and why?
Oh, we have one. And if I had the little stuffy doll next to me, I'd hold it up on the camera. Unfortunately, I don't have one sitting here, but we have one. We've been developing one for many years, actually. It's called Max the dog, obviously, because it goes along with CP Max. Of course, I'm not enough of a dog person to tell you the exact breed. I think a French bulldog or something like that. But he's very cute, and actually, it's really funny. We have merchandise, right? The cool thing about Cruise Planners is we offer, shirts and a whole bunch of different things, but 100% of the proceeds from everything that's sold goes to charity. So it's not a financial gain for the company that we're trying to peddle, shirts and things to our network. We actually use that to drive the brand, which is incredibly important in any business, and our business in particular. And, a lot of people, oh, you're the people in green, you're the people in green. I feel bad being in red here. But the truth is that we're known for that. And that's part of our branding, and it's really important. And so the Max the dog is just part of that branding. Now, it's not necessarily branding we use out to the consumer, but it's certainly branding within our network and branding within the agent community. And we actually found a little stuffy dog that we ordered, and it was the fastest selling thing we've ever had in the store. So, mascots work. I'll tell you what, they work.
Right. So everybody, I told somebody, I was like, you need to make it on AI and see what it looks like. And then apparently they need to get stuffies made.
Yeah, even within our system, there's little running Maxes and chasing cars and all kinds of different things. So yes, we're very involved with Max the dog.
That's awesome. Very good. So last question, and the one everybody probably wants is, tell us about your Host Week special before we sign off.
Well, what's special about us is, again, we're unique amongst the host environment, and while we fulfill that definition of having independent contractors basically doing 100% of our sales, we don't have anybody who sells travel who works for the company, and that does make us a host. But we are a franchise, and franchises sometimes just that word alone is like, they're going to be a lot more expensive and a lot more restrictions. And I think you're going to find, and again, I've run the top host agencies in the country before and been doing this a long time, that franchising actually does not have any long list of additional requirements. The benefit you get is you get a national brand, which gives, again, immediate credibility, and again, is one that you do expand to the consumer side of the market. Most host agencies operate kind of behind the scenes, and you're operating as Fred's Travel or whatever your brand name is, which again, you can try to build on your own, but why not use a brand that has, again, $1 billion in sales behind it? Just because the day you join us, you can say, I'm part of $1 billion organization. So there's a huge advantage to that. So again, a lot of people get scared at that price. The reality is that you can literally join our franchise for free. Is if you have a large book of business, there's really almost no upfront cost. There's a small cost that is involved with the training side, but I'm talking less than $1,000 to get into the entire system. And if you are still relatively new to the business, the cost of getting into our company is significantly less than what you would see if you were someone brand new to the business to buy the franchise. So you get a great value. There's a great opportunity. We do in-person training for a week in Fort Lauderdale, which again, we think is incredibly important. We don't think this is a business that, again, should be, pay us $100 and, we'll send you a couple of online programs. This is a serious business. It's not an easy business. It's a relatively simple business in terms of explaining it to people, but it's not an easy business. And again, it needs that kind of training and education. And so all that's included in the program. A lot more is included. So again, it's hard to give you the full answer here without going on and on and on, but definitely reach out to us. I think you'll find there's a significant difference without a significant increase in price.
Awesome. All right, Scott, that's it for us. I will see you in March, I think, is the next time I'll see you in person.
Yes.
Thanks so much for being here in person and appreciate it. And we'll see you soon.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Right. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Scott, for sharing and offering a special for Host Week. And it's so great to hear that you have in-person training when you get started. So that is wonderful. If you were tuned in yesterday, you do know that a lot of attendees really did start to get to know each other in the comments. You're all getting to know each other in the comments. I love going to check out the comments between everything going on. So thank you for keeping that going. If you were a little bit of a wallflower yesterday, I want you to make it your goal to put yourself out there just a little bit today in the comments. So if there are some newbies, and part of being successful in the travel industry is connecting with others. And there's no better time to start doing that than today. So I'm going to give you a really easy one to get started with. So go ahead and just tell us your favorite place that you've traveled to. I know for some of you that could be tough. It is tough for me too. It is a bit of a gimme though, just to say, somewhere that you loved to travel, even for the shyest of you. So feel free to throw those in the comments. I'll start. Last year I did say Antarctica, and that one's always a difficult one to top, but I'm going to pick another favorite. And that was a couple years ago. I did a food tour with one of the giveaway partners, which is Intrepid Travel. I went to South Korea and I genuinely ate absolutely everything that I saw. There are so many different styles of food that I didn't know or didn't, the immense amount of food, but the different types of food that they had in Korea was so new to me. I think I may have just rolled back home, and let me tell you, it was 100% worth it. I'm looking at my other screen and the comments are going off. Ireland and Scotland. Yes to Scotland. Curacao, beautiful. I haven't been to Curacao for a long time. Thailand, Greece, Iceland. Oh my God, I'm loving it. Keep them coming. We love it. We'll get into our next host agency, but please keep sharing all the places that you love. I love seeing new names popping up. I'm so glad that you're jumping into the comments. Okay, so our next host agency is Oasis Travel Network. We are going to share the link to their profile as we keep doing. So Abby will keep sharing those for you so that you can go research more about Oasis. And of course, all the other hosts that you're hearing from this week as well. I am so excited to have them here. So please take it away, Chelsea and Margot.
Welcome back to Host Week Interviews. I'm Margot Van Ness, Director of Communications at ASTA, and today I'm joined by Chelsea Martinez, Member Development and Industry Engagement Manager of Oasis Travel Network. Welcome, Chelsea.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here with you guys this year.
Oh, well, we are so excited to have you on today. Thank you for taking the time. Let's go ahead and get started, jump right into these questions. So as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your one advantage that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that will give advisors?
Our advantage really is a combination of two separate factors: our Chairman's Club program and our deeply personalized human-centric support, especially in areas where I often feel advisors are overwhelmed and underserved. One of my most favorite examples that I like to go back to is we are one of the only host agencies in our space with a dedicated insurance operations team member whose sole focus is to guide advisors through the travel insurance world. Andrea Fredrickson is our VP of Insurance Operations, and she truly is a gem to have on our team. She works directly with our members each and every day, getting on calls, walking through real booking scenarios, and helping determine which products that best fit each advisor's needs and their clients' needs as well. This level of hands-on personalized support removes the confusion and helps build confidence, allowing advisors to position insurance as a true value add rather than an afterthought. As a result, I feel like our advisors are confidently selling more travel insurance and earning more from it. Past that, when you pair it with our Chairman's Club program, which rewards our both top producing advisors as well as our top engaged advisors, it really is something special. Our advisors end up feeling more confident and genuinely supported.
That's so great. Thank you for sharing that. All right, let's shift gears a little bit. So how is your network embracing technology or AI to make business easier and maybe even more fun for advisors?
I feel like AI and technology is such a hot topic right now in our industry, and we do recognize that. We're continuously evaluating our technology and AI to determine where it truly makes sense for our advisors. Something about Oasis is we're very intentional about rollouts, and we don't just adopt new tools to say that we're adopting new tools. Anytime that we introduce something, it's been carefully evaluated behind the scenes by our executive team, our IT team, and our support team to make sure it adds real value. A great example of a technology that we recently revamped was our back office system. And that was a significant technology investment for us. That update on our system focused on improving efficiency and ease for our advisors, and it's honestly helped create a strong foundation for what's next. So looking ahead into 2026, I think we're excited to continue building on that foundation. And our focus remains on using technology to reduce friction, streamline workflows, and support the education of our advisors while still keeping that real human support at the center. We're actively growing and evolving, but with us, we're really focused on that advisor first mindset.
Yeah, that's amazing. So when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways they're generating leads for their business? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, no. So when I think of our top advisors, not dropping any specific names or anything, but a common trend that I'm seeing is the relationship-driven marketing that our advisors are using. They're hosting client appreciation nights, partnering with BDMs and suppliers to host destination education events, and they're building those real niche communities that are targeted via Facebook groups and social media pages. Not only that, they're utilizing the power of our Consortia signature travel network that creates those gorgeous turnkey email and print marketing pieces. Our focus at Oasis has always been giving them a strong foundation to build those organic and sustainable leads on their own. And that's something I take super personally. I host one-on-one marketing meetings with our advisors, as well as small group meetings where we focus on industry trends, newsletter creations, developing a clear and realistic marketing plan that works for them, because each advisor is different. Our role is just to help guide those advisors towards the strategy that makes sense for their business so their growth feels authentic and sustainable.
I love that, the individualized approach. That's so key. Okay, what's one way you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
Celebration is huge. It's a huge part of who we are as Oasis. We love recognizing our Chairman's Club top producers, our rising stars, and our top associate members with exclusive trips throughout the year. So they get invited to attend these invite-only events. And I actually just got back from our holiday member appreciation cruise, and it was truly magical. We chartered the entire Avalon Impression ship. And if you haven't been on there, that ship is absolutely gorgeous. And we spent the entire week connecting and celebrating our members and spending some time with our preferred suppliers, all while we visited some of the gorgeous Christmas markets through France and several other places as well. And I think that that's something that we love to do, obviously, is the big trips. But not only that, we are very intentional about celebrating those in-between moments as well, whether it's a first booking, a key milestone, or, you know, just anything that encompasses a win for them in their business. We've created such an amazing culture here at Oasis Travel Network, and our advisor community is incredibly supportive. With our members are constantly cheering each other on. They even have a little bit of a healthy competition going on with our Chairman's Club program. But, you know, that makes it increasingly special. I think that something that's really nice as well is our team is incredibly engaged. It's not uncommon for our executive team to personally reach out and recognize our advisors' wins, whether it is that first booking or a six-figure sale. At the end of the day, we want every advisor to feel seen, supported, and genuinely valued, no matter where they're at in their career.
Oh, I love it. Okay, let's do a fun one. This is a random fun one, and I love it. So, if your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Oh, I love this. I've actually asked this question to a couple of our team members before, just trying to break the ice before a meeting. The most common answer I got was an eagle. And I do resonate with that a lot, not in like a flashy way, but because when I think of an eagle, I think it represents independence and strength. And that's exactly what Oasis Travel Network brings to our advisors. Our advisors run their business their way, and our role is to give them that clarity, the tools, and the support they need to operate at a higher level.
I love it. An eagle. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. So can you please tell us about your Host Week special?
Yeah, so we have two incredible offers that I'm super excited about. One of them is geared for more existing advisors, and the other is geared for brand new to the industry advisors. So for our established advisors, we're offering 100% commission, no fees for 18 months, as long as a minimum requirements are met on our end as far as sales go. And for our advisors who are new to the industry, this is actually super exciting. We just are launching a brand new to travel program called Oasis Academy. It is a one-of-a-kind program that many of us on our team have spent quite a lot of time creating and curating, and we are giving our Host Week attendees $250 off of that promo.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing those with us. Well, Chelsea, thank you so much for spending time with us today. So great to see you. And thank you for sharing all of these great insights. And we're so happy to have you on. All right, back over to you, Steph and Shayna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea, and love that you have two Host Week specials, one for experienced advisors and one for new advisors. But what I love even more is having you in the comments. Hi, I wish I could answer you in the comments, but instead I do it publicly on video. Before we do introduce our next host interview, I want to take a moment to thank our amazing weekly and daily sponsors. So the weekly ones, you're getting used to them, which we love: Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travefy, and Travel Industry Solutions. And we also have wonderful daily sponsors today, which are Avoya Travel, Direct Travel, Dream Vacations Advisor, Dugan's Travels, Next Travel Group, Outside Agents, and Travel Leaders Market Square. Okay, next up, we have Jen Lee from Travel Planners International and Vacation Planners. If anyone here listens to our weekly Friday 15 podcast, where we answer questions that are submitted by you, the advisors, you will know Jen very well. She is a regular and loves answering your questions. We will link to the podcast in the comments. If you want to listen to past episodes, if you want to submit questions, please, we love your questions. We will be playing a special episode of our Friday 15 this coming Friday during Host Week. So if you haven't tuned in the past, you'll get a feel for what that podcast is all about. And it is a weekly one, so 52 episodes a year. Jen We'll also be back on Friday to host one of the final EduSpot sessions around building trust. So you definitely don't want to miss it. And you get to see her again. All right. So this one is a time where I hand it over to our very own Rita and Jen. So over to you both.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week Interviews. My name is Rita M. Perez. I'm with the Host Agency Reviews team. I'm so excited to be doing this. You might not see my face too much, but this is an extra special Host Week interview. We have the wonderful Jen Lee of Travel Planners International and Vacation Planners with us. Welcome back to Host Week, Jen.
Thank you, Rita. I look forward to this week every single year. So I'm really happy to be part of it again.
Yay! And cannot wait. I know we got a little mini teaser before we started recording of one of your question answers. But before we get to that, because we have a packed interview here, as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage? Maybe one support piece, a tool, or a relationship that you offer that most hosts might not? And what outcome do you think that will produce for advisors?
Well, I love this question. What's the unfair advantage? I would say one of the things that we seem to be the leader on is in technology. And what I mean by that is that we are not producing technology, where a lot of my counterparts are trying to do their own technology internally or limit the technology, kind of keep it internally. And in the middle of this year, I keep forgetting we're still in the middle of 2025, we made the leadership decision not to get into the technology business and to get out of it. And so instead, what we did was we said, what are we really good at doing? You know what? Building relationships within the industry with the top providers and also our buying power. So one of the things that we've done that has turned out to be very popular and very beneficial to our advisors is we have partnered with Turn, the CRM program, as well as Travefy and TravelJoy, and have purchased down licenses so that our advisors can choose whichever CRM works best for them at a drastically reduced price, because we are incurring that price on our end. We kind of started growing from there as well. And now we've started to partner with some other third-party marketing companies that are very well known out there and purchasing down or negotiating better pricing for our TPI advisors. Folks like Travel Biz Boss with Corinne Johnson, Nikita France, who just went from being the Travel Collective to Social Jet AI. We are working with Cruise Control Marketing, which is a very unique and special email marketing program for those who are focused specifically on selling cruises. And our list is continuing with some other third-party marketing support agencies out there in the travel industry. So I would say the unfair advantage is I don't mind putting money behind it and buying it down on behalf of our advisors, and they are loving it. They are becoming more strategic in their record keeping. They're actually using a CRM now. We are also integrating with Turn, where somebody who's using the Turn CRM can submit their sale through Turn, and it goes straight to our back office. And I believe we're one of the first large host agencies to do it. And that's just the beginning. So it's unfair. Sorry, it's an unfair advantage.
It's an unfair one and a really goody one, because technology, I know, can be a thorn in the side for many advisors.
Well, the cost of it, if you think about it, all the costs start adding up. As an example, with Turn, we went from $49 for a single license. With TPI, through TPI, it's only $20 per month. So nice. huge savings. And then it gives people the better opportunity to utilize a really, rock solid CRM.
Yeah, that's amazing. And the perfect transition, because how would you say your network is bracing technology or AI to make business easier and more fun for advisors?
Well, I love that you added the fun in there, right? Because that's so important. Listen, in business, you'll hear me say all the time, it needs to make you money and bring you joy. And what we find is a lot of times advisors get into this realm where they're making a lot of money, but there's no joy. And the joy isn't happening because of that repetitive nature of having to do things multiple times. So from an AI standpoint, we encourage and train our advisors on how to utilize AI, not just for social media content, which by all means, use it for writing emails, great stuff for coming up with ideas, but really as a brainstorming partner and a data analyst. Some of our most unique ways that advisors are using it is to upload their sales reports, upload their forecasts, and ask AI to help them come up with true business strategies and tactics to implement based on the data. Most people don't get into this industry to be a data analyst. They just don't, right? Or to be a social marketing maven, right? They come into it because they love travel. They love how they make an impact in the world. So they're embracing it in a variety of different ways. I'm seeing them utilize AI within tools that are already there, which everybody is coming up with, right? So it's not even just using ChatGPT and Claude and Perplexity off to its side on its own, because that has its place, but also not being scared to click on Copilot, not being scared to click on, yes, allow AI to read my emails. They're past that fear and they're embracing it. So it becomes more fun because they get to focus on the things that brings them joy, which is helping their clients.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned like that case use where they're using like for sales data to analyze it. Because I'm like, you said that, I'm like, that's the right way to use AI because we're seeing so many wrong case uses. But that's a really great way to use
there's some fun things. I mean, during the holidays, everybody became a candy cane girl and like the white. And so that's fun. That's eye catching. Your clients will see it, but then your clients are going to see that everybody's doing it. So now you become one of many, right?
Exactly.
So really where you make the money, guys, and we're big believers in this as business owners for you, is in analyzing the data, analyzing what you're currently doing, and, comparing that to where you want to go and how are you going to get there? And A, do you know how to get there? And I know, Rita, you're a big believer in that, so is Host Agency Reviews. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. When you think of some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways, I love this question, that they're generating leads for their businesses?
So I've been talking about this most recently, and I'm going to use a word that almost might be fingernails against the chalkboard at first, but then I want you to just listen, hear me out. Our top advisors really understand how to leverage influencers. And I don't mean influencers like, the couple that's just out and about traveling all the time. That's an influencer for sure, but that's not what I'm talking about. They're really learning how to recognize somebody who already has a relationship with their next best customer. So an influencer could be somebody local. An influencer could be you asking for the right referral. Rita, I know you've heard me say this before, but I hate it when I see someone, the highest compliment is your referral. Please take that off. I cannot stand that. It's so pedestrian. Stop it, people. Stop being lazy. But what they're doing is they're learning that if they want to put together a group trip to Tanzania, who is an influencer within their community, online community, as well as in-person community, someone who already has a relationship with the person that may be interested in something like that. So diving a little deeper, and let's use AI to help you find who that is. Knowing that I live in this city, this county, blah, blah, blah. Here's what I'm looking to accomplish. Who would you recommend that I reach out to? And then utilizing LinkedIn. A lot of our advisors are utilizing LinkedIn and YouTube. YouTube is huge, guys. Follow Curated by Laura Poe, who happens to be one of our advisors. Follow some advisors that have a large YouTube presence and learn from them. So our top advisors are getting super creative. They're going beyond the asking for an individual referral and really leveraging what we call influencers.
Yeah, you mentioned AI, and I think there's like a technology that uses AI, Apollo, to help people find contact information for these people of influence.
Yeah. And LinkedIn is big, guys. LinkedIn, and also getting yourself in your local media. I'm big on that too, Rita. Pitch your local media. And I actually have a form that we can link it in the show notes if you'd like, but pitch your local media. The local TV station is desperate for you. Please.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I get talking. I get very excited.
No, I love it because I feel like we just bounce off different ideas back and forth anytime we're together too.
I know.
I feel like all of these are kind of fun questions, but the last seriously question is, what's one way that you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
Well, I thought long and hard about this. We have a ton of recognition programs. We're actually getting ready to launch a Millionaires Club, details coming to that for our TPI advisors, where we recognize the individual advisor that hits that $1 million in a 12-month period. But I think what we have found as we've been talking with our advisors and through our advisory board is recognizing them at their individual level. Just sending a quick note like, hey, I just saw you close a big A&K, or, hey, this was your first sale. How can we utilize technology to help us see that opportunity so that we can give that personal touch? We've asked our partners to always send us their top 20, top 25 TPI advisors that are selling their product on a monthly basis. And we send out personal congratulations emails to them. So it's not like adding more recognition programs. It's really about recognizing it's the individual. Listen, Rita, we have 5,800 advisors at TPI, but if you interview TPI advisors, one of the things we're most proud of is that they do feel like they're individuals. They're not one of 5,800. And same thing at Vacation Planners, our franchise division. We're very intimate with them and recognizing, we have a little Facebook group, just recognizing when somebody has done something, they're setting their own goals and their community is supporting them and cheering them on. And hey guys, I made that sale, or hey guys, I was able to make that connection. So just recognizing we're all humans, looking for that human connection.
Yeah, and that's huge, especially in the age of AI, is being that individualized and focusing on the individual too. So that's really cool to hear.
Yeah. We're tired because there's a lot of recognition going around.
Yes. Yes, I was going to say, I know that there's new awards programs that are happening this year as well.
Yeah. And we're launching the Lux House, which is a luxury division that's really rewarding and recognizing people who are truly committed to luxury. And that's very different than just, hey, I want to sell luxury. We have a plan for that. But this is really recognizing those who are already in the luxury space and only putting them next to people who are doing the exact same thing that they are doing and with those partners. So that's kind of a recognition program as well.
Ooh, I love that. Love that. Now, drum roll for the official fun question that we love to put into the Host Week interviews.
Yes.
If TPI and Vacation Planners had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Now, I did homework on this because I didn't want to be pedestrian and say, we're like a tiger. We're out there making it happen. No. We would be a sandhill crane. I wanted to find out what animal has longevity, wisdom, what animal can live in multiple climates, that travel in packs, that rely on one another. And the sandhill crane is what came up from that. And I love it because it's the longevity is what's really important. They're not thinking about, once they have a spouse, like a partner, that's their partner for life. They're fully committed to that. They travel in packs, they travel together. They can go to different parts of climates, different climates as the climate changes. So they've got flexibility and a lot of wisdom. They have a lot of wisdom, the sandhill crane. So I think that really represents not just us at HQ, but also the way that we look at working with our independent travel advisors, those entrepreneurs out there, and our franchisees. We're in it for the long haul because we want to work with those who are in it for the long haul.
Yes. Yeah, as a homegrown, home-raised Floridian, that makes my heart super happy to hear sandhill crane because we're seeing those out and about here.
Yeah, they're beautiful and they're funny too. If you ever watch them, they're kind of funny. they make a lot of noise.
Yes. They're like, hey, what are you doing? You're not feeding me? What are you talking about?
We have them in our backyard. I love them.
Well, thank you, Jen, so much for being here and sharing a bit about Travel Planners International as well as Vacation Planners. We will add in all of the important links for travel advisors here on the side of the live stream, wherever it might be here. But we appreciate your time here, and I hope travel advisors and soon-to-be travel advisors got a lot from this interview.
Thank you, Rita. Always enjoy it.
Yes, and now back to Steph and Shayna.
Hello. Thank you so much, Jen. I see that many of you in the comments have listened to Jen's podcast episodes with us on our Friday 15. She will be back in July and joining us for multiple episodes, so stay tuned. To give some of you a little bit more about the Friday 15, this is a weekly podcast that we here at Host Agency Reviews host, and it's to answer questions that you submit to us. So anything you want to ask us about the travel industry, please submit. We answer 3 questions per episode, and every week we have a co-host. So the tech partners, the host agencies, the franchises, the consortia. So a lot of people that you're hearing from this week do co-host with us. They answer your questions with yours truly. And they're about 15 to 20 minute long episodes. They're really nice and bite-sized. They play live at 12 p.m. Central Time every Friday. That's when we launch each new one. But of course, you can go and listen to them on any of the podcast platforms as well. You can submit your questions directly on the Friday 15 landing page. So please go and do that there. If for whatever reason you forget the landing page, you can email hello@, and we will absolutely get to your questions. Okay, next up, we have Dream Vacations Advisor. So their sister company, Dream Vacations Franchise, was yesterday. So feel free to go back and listen to theirs as well. And let me very, very quickly break down the difference between the two. Both Dream Vacations help you start up your agency just in different ways. Dream Vacations Franchise, you'll engage in a franchise agreement with them. So similar to what you heard from Cruise Planners just a few moments ago, which is like a business in a box. The Dream Vacations Advisor is their host agency division, and you'll be under the umbrella of one of their franchisees as an independent contractor. If you've got questions about them, definitely drop them in the comments, or even better yet, use the Q&A, so the question and answer tab in their directories on the Host Agency Reviews website, and the Dream Vacations team will answer them for you. In the meantime, let's hear from Andrea and Natalie over at Dream Vacations Advisor.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am Director of Membership Engagement with ASTA, and I want to welcome you to the conversation here with Natalie, who is VP of Sales and Development with Dream Vacations. Natalie, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you so much for taking time with me this week to talk about Dream Vacations, so advisors can learn a little more about your organization.
Definitely. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm so excited to give some insight and some details on Dream Vacations.
Well, fantastic. So why don't we go ahead and get started with our first question today. So Natalie, as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support piece, tool, or relationship you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that will provide for your advisors?
I think that's a great question, because I think we're, of course, getting ready to get the goals going for 2026 and see what's working. And when I look ahead and think of, one unfair advantage or support piece, it's hard to pinpoint one particular one, but I can definitely go over one of the main things that we offer here at Dream Vacations, whether you're coming in as an advisor or a franchise owner, is support. So we have business development coaches or managers that support our franchisees. We have support for our advisors that are from our franchise owners. And I think paired with the support of business development, we have several integrated marketing and technology tools. Those are specifically designed for our advisors, so that way, they're really managing their business, but at the same time, we're actively coaching them on how to use this. And going into a lot of lead generation tools, niche development, supplier strategies, that all ties in to these marketing pieces, and in addition to the support that we offer. And I think the outcome is not just us providing these tools, it's also making sure that they're using it. They're using it with confidence, they're growing smarter, and they're really sustaining their business, not for a short term, but also for long term as well.
Excellent. So speaking of technology, how is your network embracing technology and or AI to make business easier and maybe more fun for your advisors?
Yeah, well, that's a great question because I think we have all seen the growth in AI and technology. We're all, I think, in general, just trying to understand it. But the most important thing is trying to understand how it's going to fit and it's going to really help us be more efficient. So we've really looked into in our technology support area, our marketing, looking at different ways that Dream Vacations can stay ahead of AI technologies. But really with the goal of helping our advisors be more efficient and smarter, like really working harder and not smarter, and also not overwhelming. So I think, we're often asked whether AI will eventually replace travel advisors. I think that's a common question that we get. And I think our perspective on that is, you're not going to be replaced by AI, but you could be replaced by someone that knows how to use it effectively because at the end of the day, in the travel community, a travel advisor, it's the relationship part that's so important. But I think everything else is making sure that we're giving you the tools. So when used the right way, AI becomes a tool that's gonna, it's gonna enhance the personalization, the productivity, even the expertise. It's really something that's going to help and just ignite what our advisors are already doing. So some of the areas that we've implemented AI, so we have a learning center that holds over 2,000 training courses, and we've integrated an AI assistant that can help our agents locate and leverage these learning courses. In addition to that, we've added trainings in our learning center that cover AI, their advantages. In the marketing side, we have image, video design, creation tools that have the AI integration, and that helps them modify items that they're going to post on social media, content, collateral, and just making sure that the content is efficient, creative. We also have different platforms that have been helping our advisors design day-by-day trip itineraries, social media posts, agent profiler bios, emails. So a lot of the things that our advisors were doing already, we've really just stepped it up and made it a lot easier. So, and we continue to learn because I think that at the end of the day, when it first rolled out, we were very careful to make sure that, it's something that at the end of the day, it's going to help our advisor community and mix it in with that relationship business as well. Because I think that's the most important part of it is we don't lose a focus on what makes an advisor, really successful is those relationships they're building.
Absolutely. And that's one thing I think, AI isn't going to replace. It's that relationship that advisors have with clients. So that's great information, Natalie. So when you think about your top advisors at Dream Vacations, what are some of the most creative ways or kind of out of the box thinking that your advisors are using to generate leads for their business?
So that's really a great question because that's often the question that prospects or somebody that's looking to get in this business asks, like, how do I get leads? Are you providing us with leads? If you have lead generation tools, how am I utilizing it? So we always start with, we have an intensive training when somebody starts with Dream Vacations, and we really help them and set them up for success. So it's not just going to be feeding them leads, it's going to be providing, but also having them learn how to generate their own leads. But some of the strategies that we've seen with a lot of our top advisors, our successful advisors, is really them not relying on one type of single lead source, but being creative and really doing a lot of their focus by relationship driven business. So some of the strategies we've seen is niche focused marketing. So, advisors clearly position themselves as experts in, certain areas. It could be luxury cruising, groups, destination weddings, making sure that the client knows that they're experts in that area. So really expanding in those and making themselves seen in that area. Another really, I would say, strong lead generation source is referrals. So by creating a lot of their existing clients, having them have great experiences, memories, making sure that they're doing those touch points before, during, and after the time they're traveling. So that booking now returns, comes back as repeat business. And also they're making sure that they're really utilizing that to get referrals. So, we teach them to use a lot of platforms, Google My Business, a lot of platforms for review. We also have our internal within our agent platform that they're able to post these reviews, getting them a lot more business and referrals. And I think that, it's really amazing to see some of our top advisors are not even at the point that they're pausing getting new leads, and they're really depending on their repeat and referral business. So that's another strong point. There's some other areas that I wanted to touch base as far as community-based lead generation. But a lot of it really stems from getting that initial business and then creating a lot more, creating that future referrals. That that business is really important to our advisors.
Excellent. So as we think about your advisors within your network, what are some ways that you are going to celebrate your advisors this year?
So that's, one of the biggest things that we're proud of is the culture in Dream Vacations. We celebrate, many recognitions. It could be a small milestone, it could be a big milestone, but we have a team of business development managers. We have a team of leadership that really make sure that we have different programs to recognize our agents. One example is our growing $1 Million Club agents, where we celebrate advisors who reach this significant milestone. And from there, we have other achievements as well that are recognized. One of the biggest things that we love to do in recognizing and awards is our national conference. So every year during November, we actually it feels like it was last week. It was in November. We hosted our national conference on the Star Princess, one of the newest ships of Princess Cruises. We had over 1,000 advisors that attended, and there we actually host an award ceremony where we recognize the top franchisee, the franchisee of the year, but not just based on revenue or production. We also recognize advisors who demonstrate exceptional engagement and leadership within the network, innovation and growth. We celebrate that. Rookie of the Year. So a lot of the agents that are doing great things in the community, we definitely take time to recognize them there. We have a virtual award ceremony during that time as well. And actually, most recently, we hosted an agent panel that featured some of our award-winning agents, where they share their best practices. So that is something we continue to do, not just the once a year. So looking forward to 2026, we're looking just forward to elevating that more and making sure that, our advisors do feel that recognition and support from us.
I love that. I love communities coming together and everybody lifting each other up. And that's something I think this industry does very, very well.
Definitely. And just to add to that, that's one of the things that I'm probably most proud of is when I see our agent communities helping newer agents, showing them the ropes. And, sometimes when people get into this industry, they think it's going to be competitive. They think that because there's another agent there, they're just looking for business. But it really, in our network of advisors, we see that that community, that really camaraderie of making sure that they're sharing their best practices. If something's working for them, they're out there doing engagement calls. We have a private Facebook page, and I'm part of that just to kind of look. I try not to, because that's really mostly for our network, but I just see how many things are shared and, the support that is not just offered by us in Dream Vacation, but by the network itself. So that's really something that's special.
Fantastic. So Natalie, as we come to our end of our time together, one final little fun question. So if your agency had a mascot, what would that mascot be?
So I'm going to say lion. I'm a Leo, so it's not just because I'm a Leo, but I think the lion represents strength, confidence, leadership. And I think of Dream Vacations when I think of a lion. I think of us leading first and foremost with support, expertise. And that way we empower a network of agents to grow businesses while we stand behind them. Whether it's someone that's just starting out without experience, somebody that's taking their business to the next level, it always feels like we're there in whatever step of the way. So that's what I thought of.
I love it. I love it. Well, Natalie, this has been an informative few minutes, and I really want to say thank you for spending time today discussing Dream Vacations with the audience. And I do hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
You too. Thank you so much, Andrea, for everything. And thank you everybody out there that joined, and have a great day.
Thanks. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you so much, Natalie. And just as a reminder, we had Dream Vacations Advisor today, and we had Dream Vacations Franchise yesterday. So you definitely want to listen to both and decide which route is the right one for you. All right. What do we have coming up in just over 30 minutes? We have our Edges spots. So these are also known as our 20-minute bite-sized educational sessions, and that's how we end off the day. You definitely want to stick around for those. Today, the first session will be about profitable proposals. Then we will follow that with one on why Google Business Profile is an important marketing tool. And then we're going to round it off with a session on creative strategies for client retention and referrals. So you want to stick around. We've got wonderful speakers hosting those sessions. So that happens in just over half an hour. While I'm on the topic of education, before we get to our next host, we want to remind any new advisors here that we have our host agency reviews. We have our 7-day setup accelerator course. It is an online course that walks you through setting up your agency. So really, when you're at the beginning, I've personally done it myself, and it's all bite-sized videos. It's a great way to get started and get your business set up. So we will share the QR code on the screen, Juan, if you want to toss that up for everybody. We are giving 25% off on the full course until the end of February. It's also listed on our deals page, so you can access it on both places. We also want to let you know that if you are part of the All Access Pass, you go in, you take the course, you will get 2 small group coaching calls a month for as long as you want. So they're great. Rita on our team hosts them so that you can get some real world support from Rita as well as from other fellow advisors as you go through the course. All right. So now let's get right into our next host interview with cruise.com. So with that, I'm going to please welcome George and Margot.
Welcome back to Host Week Interviews. I'm Margot Van Ness, Director of Communications at ASTA, and I'm joined today by George Abreu, Director of the Host Agency Division of Cruise.com. Welcome, George.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. We're so excited to get a chance to chat with you today and learn all about your great answers to these questions that we have prepared. So let's just go ahead and jump right in and get started.
Okay.
All right. First question. As you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your one advantage that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that will give advisors?
For what I'm seeing for next year and what we have that we offer, first of all, we offer a great support team. I have the strongest team that we ever have had. We have gone to work together for 2 years, and we've gone very strong in production, in customer support, in fixing issues. Also, what we have that a lot of agencies don't have is that we provide you to have your own private host agency website. So what we're doing is whoever wants to go into that program, we offer you a hosted website. And what we're doing is we're growing that hosted website. So you can not only, people can not only go in and book cruises, but they can also book shore excursions. They can also book insurance. So your own website can start producing as much as you can.
That's so great. Okay, so let's shift into talk about technology. How is your network embracing technology or AI to make business easier and maybe even more fun for advisors?
Okay. As you know, Cruise.com owns a tech company, TravTech. So they are the ones that run all of our production and all of our programs. And what we're doing is they are every year they're enhancing more programs to make it more easier, friendly user for our agents to use and our affiliates, and with more technology involvement, so they can do more, they can produce quicker. So it's every year it changes, and we get new stuff added more. So we're on there. We're pretty much on top of all that.
That's so great. So when you think about some of your top advisors,
okay,
what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
My top producers right now, what they do is they do a lot of large groups, okay? And what I'm hearing is that what they do is they travel with their groups, and while they're in that traveling 12, 15-day cruise, they do events on board. And not only do they invite the people that they have on the group, but they also invite people that they meet on board the groups. So it's pretty much doing events, mouth to mouth, and leads. I also advise our agents because we are partners with Travel User Network, to work on their profile so they can do extra leads, so they can receive extra leads from Travel User Network. So all of that combined, they're doing very well.
That's great. So let's talk a little bit more about advisors, and what's one way or a few that you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
Well, this is something I'm doing new. I'm going to start sending awards out this year. So I'm going to run reports on all the affiliates that have the top sales, affiliates that have started their own company in the past 2 to 3 years, who are the new ones that are producing. And I'm going to give them awards on how they're doing. So that way they can, and then share that with our whole, group, that we have a program that all the affiliates can log in and see new news, new everything. So I'm going to also put in there all the awards that are giving out to everybody, so they can know that we're really on top of you and that we really see what you do, and we, admire your hard work.
Oh, I love that. So, okay, is that breaking news, or does your team know that?
My team is going to know that once it's done.
Okay.
It's something that I'm going to create this year. It's something that is going to be new this year.
Oh, I love it. Okay, perfect. So this is like a little bit, we're kind of sharing a little top secret piece of news here today. I love that. Oh, that's so great. I'm sure they will really, really enjoy that.
Yes, they will.
Okay.
They will.
Let's shift gears into a totally random, fun question. Okay. I love this one. So if your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
I sat down with my team yesterday, my support team, and I asked them the same question, and we came up with the eagle.
An eagle, okay.
An eagle. We want our affiliates to fly high and don't have any boundaries. So they can fly and can expand their businesses as much as they can, and with the support that we give them. And that's what we want. So we want them to be an eagle.
I love that. Do you have a name for the eagle?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, that'll be phase 2. Your next meeting.
Phase 2, I will give you a name for the eagle.
For the name for the eagle. Okay, perfect. We'll be waiting. And then lastly, I know you've got a Host Week special to share with us. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes. Any new affiliates that want to join cruise.com in the month of January, we're going to promote that if you join us between January 1st and January 31st, you will get 3 months membership for free. So we'll skip the first 3 months of membership, and we won't charge you until the 4th month on any program that you choose.
Amazing. What a great offer. Thank you for offering that. Well, George, thank you so much for spending time with us today. It's so great to see you, and have a phenomenal 2026. And all right, we'll kick it back over to Steph and Shayna.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, George, and loved having your team in the comments. We love when the hosts teams are here. For anyone that didn't get to post their questions in the comments, please go head over to cruise.com's directory. I know Abby just posted that in the comments. So you can go on their directory on our website and submit your question on the Q&A tab, and they will answer you. So feel free to go and do that. Also, thank you, George. Great Host Week deal. Definitely go and check that out, everyone. As a reminder, we do have 40 plus Host Week deals for you. We will link back to those so that you can go take a look, or you can go to our Host Week landing page, and there's a link right at the top of the page. Many of them do expire within a few weeks of the event, so please be aware of that to take advantage of the wonderful deals that all of these partners are offering you. They are really great. You will notice sometimes you cannot click on the, learn more, and that is purely because there isn't a landing page or anything like that for the deal itself, but you can get in touch with all of the hosts via their profile on Host Agency Reviews, and they will absolutely honor it within the dates. Remember, a lot of them have dates where they do expire, so make sure to take note of that. Okay. For any of you listening in the comments, if you are finding that the comments aren't matching what you're seeing, just a gentle reminder to slide that red bar at the bottom of the video all the way to the right, or click on the button that says live right under the red bar. And then you'll find that the comments are matching the video more. Okay, next up, we have Dugan's Travels joining us. And again, for anyone who listens to our Friday 15 weekly podcast that I have been chatting about over the past few interviews, which we'll link again in the comments later, Jennifer is also a regular there. And we are so excited. She will actually be back there with us on February 20th. So just in a few weeks. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Jennifer and Todd.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining us today for the Host Agency Reviews. The Host Week interviews are underway, and today we have with us Jennifer Dugan of Dugan's Travels. I'm Todd Wallace. I'm the Director of Industry Affairs for ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, and I have the great fortune of being able to speak with Jennifer about her host agency, and I wanted to give her an opportunity to tell us a little bit about herself and her host agency.
Thank you so much for having me. Dugan's has been around for a long time, actually. I was a full-time travel agent myself, and after I had my first child, I decided that I wanted to go home and work from home. The agency that I was working for at the time had started doing that and having their agents work from home if they wanted. And so that's where I got started. And then it went from there, finding a way to get myself to be my own agency, and built up my sales, got my IOT number, and started all the licensing and everything that I needed to do to be at home. And I was part of a lot of work at home mom groups, and I decided that I would start to help other moms who wanted to work from home do that. And that's kind of where the idea got born. So I didn't start out to be necessarily a host agency owner, but it's just what kind of happened. And so from there, we just built on it. And that's where we're at today.
Well, I love your title, the Chief Family Officer. So that certainly emphasizes your perspective on, I guess, working moms and working dads and being a part of travel. So,
yeah, we actually, that's been the best part of things, is that we now have a lot of dads who are working from home too. So,
oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
So, as you look forward to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage or the tool or relationship that Dugan's Travels offers that most hosts might not? And what outcome do you think that's going to produce for you?
So I think our unfair advantage is that we really know who we are and we've figured out what we're good at. And I think that that has really helped us steer what direction we want to do, where we want to go for our agents and what we can offer our agents. I know for myself going through this is sometimes it's hard to figure out where you fit in the host agency model since there's so many of us. And we've really just decided that we're small but mighty, and we're happy with that. So we're not looking at necessarily growing the huge numbers that maybe some other host agencies are growing, trying to grow. We're okay with being small, and that's kind of what we do best. I actually had gotten myself up pretty big. I think we had 1,500 agents or so, and we realized quickly that that wasn't what we should be doing. So we are small because we've chosen to be small, and we know what we can do for that agent who's coming in and needing help growing their business. So I think that that's the main thing that's different for us, is that we're not going to be trying to figure out who we are, because we kind of know who we are. And I think that that's an advantage for us in the industry.
Perfect. So how are you embracing technology or AI to make business easier and hopefully more fun for your advisors?
Well, AI is definitely something that agents can sometimes be afraid of, and they don't really know even what it is. I sometimes hear agents like, I know I should be using AI, but I don't know how to use it. So we're really trying to just use practical ways of using AI. And that could be maybe you struggle with coming up with what to say either on social media or an email or a marketing piece. So how can you start with that blank canvas and start to have actually something that you can build off of? And teaching agents that AI is not to replace you necessarily, but it's there to help you and use it as a tool. I know I use it sometimes even just to look at data. What are we selling? What we could be looking at, and I find it as a great tool rather than being afraid of it, because it's not meant to replace you. And I know a lot of people are worried about that. AI is there to take your job or to, they see it as a threat, but it can actually be something that you can use that can really help you grow your business and just do better, really. So that's what we're trying. We're showcasing that and showing like, look, I created this with help of social media and then I made it my own. And so making it less scary, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Even with everything that AI has to offer, there's still a huge element of personalization that's required, and being able to tailor that to our customers. So when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they are generating leads for their business?
Well, I would say that a lot of our agents are doing really well when they go on destination trip, a cruise, that they're showcasing what they're seeing real life. I think that clients like that authentic, seeing what you're seeing and what you're learning. I think there's always been an uptick for our top sellers who are traveling and showcasing what they know and coming from a place of this is what they know rather than I think that there's a lot of social media and things out there where people are feeling like, is that really true or is that not true? So really bringing in their clients on their own trips and highlighting what they're seeing and doing. And then also, if they don't know about something, they're being truthful on that and being able to say like, hey, I haven't been there myself, but I have either a colleague or I have a supplier that I work really close with. And that allows the agent to be truthful and not say that, you know, they've been on this particular cruise and they haven't and things like that. So I think that that is where my top agents are, is they kind of know who they are and what strengths they have. And they, again, don't try to be something that they're not.
Excellent. Yeah, that is absolutely true. And it is difficult in this day and age to kind of sort through the influencer versus the professionals.
Yes.
And, to be able to make sure that you're getting the right advice. So with these successful advisors, how are you planning to celebrate their success this year?
Well, at Dugan's, we always celebrate success. Every year, our 5 stars, which is our top sellers, they have a reward dinner at our Dugan's University that we hold every year. And that allows them to get together with their fellow 5 stars and we celebrate them. We also do top 25 agents every month, and I always announce them so that other agents can congratulate them. And also that's kind of what they strive for sometimes, is I want to make that top 25 along with 5-star. But we also this year, we are working on goals with all our agents individually. We've asked them to submit what their goals are for the year. And then throughout the year, we'll be able to celebrate when people achieve their goals, and just around, you know, our community is a big part of Dugan's, so and agents love to congratulate one another. So we try to highlight agents so that they know that we recognize what they've done for the year and we appreciate all that they do.
That is great. So if Dugan's Travel had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
So this one, we had some discussion amongst the team because I was just, you know, what would you guys think of my close team? And in our logo, we have a house and it has a heart. And that's kind of been our, I would say almost our mascot, is that house, that strong foundation that we're trying to help agents grow and build for their business, but also then our heart. And that's kind of how we lead, is through, you know, we really want to support our agents and, you know, care about our agents. But then one of the members on my team mentioned a bee. And I thought, well, that is actually a great idea too, because bees are small and mighty and they work together, and you know, they come back to the hive, and every bee matters. Everyone's got a goal, a job to do, and kind of the common goal that we have at the agency. And I thought that actually spoke pretty well to us. So I would say that if we had an animal mascot or insect, I guess, it would be a bee, and then also going back to our house and our heart. So
love that. That definitely reinforces your family-centric theme as well.
Yes,
so.
Yeah.
Perfect. So tell us about your Host Week special for all those who are watching and might be interested in hosting with you guys. What are you offering?
So we love being able to do this every year, and we appreciate given the opportunity to be able to let people know about us. And so we always do a special, and this year it is $50 off your sign up to become an agent with us. And we are going to do that for the whole month of February so that people can take some time, see what host agency feels right for them after you get to see all of us. And if you decide Dugan's is where you want to be, we hope that you'll fill out your agent apapplication, and then we will do $50 off to thank you for watching this interview.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining us and for giving us some background about Dugan's Travel. We definitely appreciate that, and we wish you much success in the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much, Jennifer. And thank you for both your Host Week special and your giveaway. We're very excited. Okay, so I know that in a lot of these interviews, we've had a lot of discussion around AI and tech for travel advisors. For those of you who do not know, last year we hosted our inaugural Hardwired. I know we're cute like that with the name. Thank you, Jen, for coming up with that. So pretty much instead of our Host Week, kind of like our Tech Week. So Hardwired, it was our event that focused on travel advisors and technology. And we have many sessions around AI. We also had a demo day with 14 demos from those travel tech providers. So if you go onto the travel advisor software profiles on Host Agency Reviews, many of them participated, along with many of the hosts as well, and the consortia sharing what they're doing, how they're doing it, but also just talking about topics around AI and technology for travel advisors. We will be hosting our second round again in June, with the focus always being on tech for travel advisors. So if you do want to check out last year's, just to get a feel for what it was like, it's right here in our YouTube channel. So definitely go check it out and stay tuned for our schedule in the next couple months with our next event happening in June. All virtual. It's going to be a ton of fun. So stay tuned. Okay. I can't believe we're there already. We are at our final Host Week interview of Tuesday, and this one belongs to Avoya Travel. So Avoya opened our entire Host Week event this year with their coffee spot on Monday. Just as a reminder, these start at 11 a.m. Central Time. These are great 50-minute sessions to get you settled in for the day before we kick off with the rest of our day. So if you do want to join us, come back here to our YouTube channel at 11 a.m. Central Time. And if you want to be entered to win one of the 10 Starbucks gift cards, and that's 10 per day that we give away, please be at the coffee spots and register for them. If you're not sure where to go and register, do not worry. We will share the links in each of the coffee spot sessions. So just come back to YouTube and you can register right there. And then I've already picked the 10 winners from yesterday. They will get notified very shortly. So very excited. Okay, so let's head into the last Host Week interview of today. And that will be with Chris and Andrea. Here we go.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am Director of Membership here at ASTA, and it is great to see everyone this afternoon. And joining me today for a little conversation is Chris Green from Avoya Travel Network. Chris, how are you today?
I'm great, Andrea. Great to see you. So excited about Host Week again, and really excited to see ASTA part of it this year. So that's fantastic.
Great. Thanks so much. So for anyone who may be new in the audience and not quite familiar with Avoya Travel Network, Chris, why don't you go ahead and say a little bit about yourself, your role at Avoya, and a little bit about the network.
Sure. So we're a very strong network of approximately 2,000 agents. I've been with the company 12 years now. I'm the Director of Network Expansion. I oversee the team that sources all of our new independent affiliates. We're really proud of the resources that we offer here at Avoya Travel. We think it makes a big difference, and we're excited to share with everybody today during Host Week.
Well, fantastic. So let's not keep everybody waiting. Let's go ahead and get started with our first question today. Perfect. So, Chris, as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support tool, relationship or support piece that Avoya offers that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think will be produced for your advisors?
For sure. So when you look ahead to 2026, Andrea, I really believe that the Avoya Travel unfair advantage is our human-first approach to technology. You know, while the rest of the industry is rushing to replace people with basic AI bots, we've doubled down on true support with real people. And in some cases, our support staff to affiliate ratio is up to 17 times more than some of our competitors. As long as you're engaged as an affiliate, you're never alone. And that creates a safety net that you just won't find anywhere else. Now, the specific relationships I want to talk about that sets us apart is our 1-2 punch of professional development. First, you've got our early success team. Think of them as your personal flight crew. They're navigators for new advisors, providing high-touch guidance during those critical first steps, so you're both laying down a foundation that will allow you to scale your business in the future while generating revenue almost immediately. Then as you grow, you have the brand sales team. I call them the experts for the experts. They're the specialists with deep, granular knowledge of specific luxury lines and tour operators, the kind of insider nuance you just can't get from a search engine. The outcome for our advisors is instant authority. You don't have to spend 5 years paying your dues to become a product expert because you've got these teams in your back office. You can close a complex, high-value sale with confidence on day one. Ultimately, we're turning the traditional learning years into earning years right out of the gate. It's the purest version of our shared success model, and we provide the wisdom and the leads so you can focus entirely on building your business.
Oh, I love that. I love that. So as advisors are starting to build their businesses, how is your network embracing technology or AI to make those businesses easier and more fun for your advisors?
Absolutely. AI-powered fortune telling. How about that, Andrea? Hallmark of Avoya's technology has always been our patented live lead program, and that's evolved into a second program called Avoya Smart Leads. And here's how it makes it easier. Instead of an advisor guessing who to call, Avoya's proprietary AI algorithms analyze 15 years worth of data, travel patterns, engagement history to predict which clients are most likely to book a vacation right now. Agent Power is the ultimate office anywhere. Avoya's proprietary SaaS technology, Agent Power, is the ecosystem where advisors run their entire business. In recent years, 2024 and 2025, updates have focused on making the platform more interactive and visual, and 2026 promises some amazing advancements too. So you'll have to stay tuned to see how we continue to shape the future. Now, how that makes it easier, it's a true one-stop shop. From Avoya Flights, our air booking tool powered by Snap, and an integrated CRM and accounting, everything's under one roof. Automated reminders that trip-level tools handle the mundane task of chasing payments and then tracking deadlines. And what about the fun factor? Because Avoya Travel is a fully mobile, responsive, advisors have the freedom to, say, work from a cruise ship or a beach down in Mexico, or maybe even their backyard. The tech provides professional freedom, which really is the ultimate fun for a travel entrepreneur. Now, we're also embracing AI as a digital assistant. Avoya is at the forefront of teaching advisors how to use tools like ChatGPT to grow their business. They provide masterclasses on using AI for content creation, marketing, and of course, how does that make it easier? Well, advisors can generate complex itineraries, social media posts, or personal client pitches in seconds rather than hours. And of course, the fun factor, it lowers the barrier to being a marketing genius. Advisors who aren't naturally tech savvy or creative writers can now produce world-class marketing materials with the help of AI, making their business side of things just much more accessible. And I think that's a real win-win.
That sounds fantastic. What a great opportunity, Chris. So speaking of some of your advisors, when you think about them and some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways they are generating those leads for their businesses?
So it's pretty amazing. You know, all of the advisors I'm going to talk about in this section, Andrea, have all sold year over year, over $1 million worth of travel. So again, you're talking about amazing top agents. And the amazing thing is when you have a robust network like the Avoya Travel Network, there's so many ways to be successful. So I reached out to a cross section of some of the top advisors, and some are focused on really keeping it simple, like my good friend Robin Jacobs, who, by the way, millions and millions every year. Robin said she does nothing really special. You know what she does, Andrea? She talks, whether it's friends or family or events, or maybe just standing in line at the grocery store checkout line. She talks about her passion, and her passion is travel. She plays to her strength, which is she has a huge personality that people want to gravitate around. She's not afraid to ask that important question. Hey, do you have a travel advisor you work with? Can I give you my card? And guess what? It's incredibly successful for her and her agency. But on the other end of the spectrum, another amazing $1 million sales agent, Nicole Patrick, she is very active on social media. And again, she's playing to her strength. Nicole told me the following. She said, my best sources of personal lead generation are Facebook and local networking groups. On Facebook, I focus on private groups with a specific focus, like a brand or a destination that she runs herself and monitors. And she's also part of exclusive networking groups in her local area. And they meet weekly with the intent of referring business to each other and helping each other work through challenges. And finally, one of the nicest people working in the travel business today, my good friend Dana Ziegel, again, $1 million agent. And not to drive that point home, but again, we're talking about people who are incredibly successful. Dana sent me the following. She said, I'm a big believer in asking for referrals. I spend a lot of time getting to know my guests, knowing their family, even their friends who like to travel with them. I'm big into building relationships. So when I ask them for a referral, they trust me. She also asked her guests to leave a review on her Google page or Yelp. And she said, you won't believe how much business that sends her. Social media. She posts a lot of photos on her Facebook page from her personal travel. This gets a huge amount of traffic. And best of all, it's free. They see me traveling. They know I'm the expert. And last but not least, Dana hosts what she calls come-alongs. Her clients love to sail with her. She's a lot of fun to be with. And she's not afraid of saying, hey, guess what? We're going here. And who wants to come with? And you'd be surprised at the number of people who raise their hand and say, I want to go with you, Dana. I know I'd love to travel with Dana because, again, she's just that kind of person. She's a great listener, and she continues to do amazing work in the Avoya Network.
Fantastic. And Dana, me too. I'd love to travel with you. And to the one word that Dana used, Chris, was relationship. It is about relationship building throughout the common thread in the industry is it's getting to know people. And I think that's just the key to any successful entrepreneur in the travel business.
It's what makes our industry so unique, right? Andrea, we're very different than a lot of other organizations and ways of doing business in that relationships, even in 2026, really matter a lot.
Absolutely. So a couple questions remaining. So what's one way you are planning to celebrate your advisors and their wins this year?
Well, we've got a couple of great reward trips for our affiliates that earned for their sales last year in 2025. And they include an amazing trip to the Middle East that's highly coveted. It goes in and out of Dubai. It's part of Celestial Journeys. And it's just going to be an absolutely amazing trip for those that earn that. And then one with Azamar that's going to sail from the Canary Islands to Lisbon. What a dream itinerary. But the event that I really think celebrates our top advisors is our annual $1 million showcase. The Avoya Travel $1 million showcase is an exclusive invitation-only event specifically designed for the best of the best in our network, those that have done over $1 million in sales. And it helps benefit the three important factors: Avoya Travel, our affiliates, and our vendor partners. For Avoya, it allows leadership to deepen relationships with their highest producing agents, ensuring the company's most important sales engines are aligned with the long-term vision of the company. And the event allows Avoya to study the habits of $1 million producers to refine the training and technology they offer to the rest of our network. Now, the benefits for our advisors, well, they include access to the inner circle. Advisors get direct one-on-one time with Avoya's exclusive leadership and senior VPs from major cruise lines and tour operators. They get advanced education. Unlike general conferences, the showcase focuses on high-level topics like AI integration, luxury market specialization, and advanced efficiency within the Avoya Travel agent-powered platform. And by having peers that all sell $1 million and above, this is an event that allows those top producers to share tips and tricks with others operating at the same elite level. And of course, it's important for the vendors to have incredible benefits too. And they get to target those high ROI access agencies, right? Suppliers aren't just meeting any agency. They're meeting 80 to 100 individuals who collectively control hundreds of millions of dollars in bookings on a year-to-year basis. They can conduct high-level workshops to ensure these top sellers are fully certified and comfortable selling their most premium products. So again, we're talking about a win-win right there.
Fantastic. So as we come to the end of our time together, Chris, there's one last question I have, and several have said this was the hardest question of the day in the conversation. So if your host agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
You know, I gave this a lot of thought. It's funny that you say that because, you know, you want to be like, ooh, maybe we should be tough like a lion or a peregrine falcon or something like that. At the end of the day, I think if Avoya Travel had a mascot, it would be Ace the Navigator, a golden retriever wearing a sleek, high-tech visor. And here's why Ace is the perfect fit for the Avoya vibe. The ultimate retriever, just like our live lead program, Ace has an incredible nose for finding the best opportunities and bringing them right to your feet. He does the hunting so you can focus on the selling. The 17-1 loyalty. Goldens are famously loyal and supportive, perfectly mirroring our support staff to advisor ratio. Whether you're just starting in the early success program or you're a vet, you're never alone in the Avoya network. And that expert visor, the techie visor, represents our patented technology, our brand sales team. It's the unfair advantage that gives Ace and you X-ray vision into the travel industry, allowing you to see granular details of luxury cruises or tours that others might miss. So the big outcome, Ace represents our shared success platform. He's friendly, approachable, and highly efficient. And that's why Ace the Navigator would be our mascot.
Fantastic. Now, Chris, somehow I think we're going to need to get a golden retriever for Avoya and have him at all the events. How can we work that into the budget? I think that would be amazing. So
maybe we can borrow the one from Royal Caribbean.
That's right. There you go. One final thing. Do you have a special for the viewers and advisors that are listening during Host Agency Week for Avoya Travel?
Yeah, we're really excited that we do have an offer. We're taking $100 off either package for the Avoya Travel Academy. That's our education platform for those that are brand new to the travel industry, looking to go from that ground floor to just getting on the ladder, that first couple of rungs. And so we're proud to offer $100 off. The code is Host Week 2026. Again, Host Week 2026, all run together. You can sign up at avoyatravelsacademy.com or reach out to avoyanetwork.com to get connected with an affiliation specialist. Just remember to mention Host Week.
Fantastic, Chris. Well, I have certainly enjoyed speaking with you today and learning more about what Avoya Travel has to offer. And I want to say thank you for taking the time to chat today.
Andrea, always a pleasure to chat with you. One of my favorite people in the industry. We love Host Week. We love Host Agency Reviews. Stephanie and her team do an amazing job. We're proud to be part of it this year and every year. And we look forward to just more with everybody coming up in the future. And we hope they have a fantastic 2026.
Thanks, Chris. You too. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, well, thanks, Chris. Say more things like that. That was lovely. I really enjoyed that. So thank you, Chris. What a great way to round out day 2 of our host interviews. But we are not done yet. Now, before we get into the final section of the day, which is our edu spots, I think it's time for a little stand up and stretch while looking at a slideshow of our pets time. Shall we? Juan, if you please. Dogs. I'm back. Well, I'm glad. I loved the comment, the Oz for pause. That comment you got me. I really enjoyed it. Okay, so welcome to the final kind of section of today, which is Tuesday's Edge Spots. So we're going to head into the next hour chock full of information to help you run your business. So if you are liking Host Week 2, please don't forget to like the stream, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We would love that. The last thing before we get started is that if you're feeling like the comments aren't matching, we want to make sure that your comments are matching what you're watching. So go ahead and make sure that that red play bar at the bottom of the video is all the way to the right. And that should fix it for you, or press the live button because we definitely want to hear your comments and your questions for our next session. So let's get right into it. Today, we are starting with two incredible women, and I am so excited, Jennifer and Robin from Teak, who will be sharing more about profitable proposals that win clients with confidence. So before I do hand it over, I would like to thank Alternative Travel Services. They are both our weekly sponsor, and they are the sponsor of the Tuesday EduSpot sessions. So if we are ready, I am excited to say happy EduSpotting, and I'm going to hand it over to the ladies at Teak.
Hello. Thank you so much, Shayna. We are so happy to be here. I'm going to get right into it. We are so excited to be here, and we are grateful that you're taking time out of your day to be here. And today we are talking about profitable proposals, what they are, why they matter, and how they can completely shift the way that you sell, travel, and convert clients. So by the end of the session, you're going to have a clear understanding of how a well-structured proposal can elevate your client experience, protect your time, and increase your conversions with confidence. And we're going to give you some tricks of the trade along the way. So if you don't know us, we are so happy to meet you. We're Teak, and if you have no idea who you are or who we are, hello. We are on a mission to transform travel advisors from overwhelmed service providers into confident business owners through proven systems, expert education, and premium community support. We know this industry so well because we came from this industry. And before we made the jump to start Teak, we were selling multi-millions in a host agency. And we have not only done what you are doing now, but we have now worked on the supplier side as well by opening Teak. And we have kind of seen full circle the industry. So we created Teak to solve a real problem. And that is that travel advisors needed systems. Many travel advisors are passionate about travel, but they lack structure to scale efficiently and effectively. And that results in an imbalance in your work and in your life, and it ultimately leads to burnout. So we have helped thousands of travel advisors streamline their systems, and that is what we are going to talk about today. So obstacles that we are seeing, advisors are sending proposals with inconsistent formatting. What this does is it doesn't allow your clients to always know the quality and the type of proposal they're going to be receiving. That way, it's not consistent. It doesn't feel like a recipe. Robin always jokes that I always use this analogy, but I always say you don't go to your favorite Italian restaurant to get a different recipe of lasagna every time. You go because you love the same lasagna. You know what you're getting every single time, and that's what your clients want from you, and ultimately what they want from their proposals. So you can't send a Word document one time and a PDF the next, and then an Axis or a Travefy the next time. There's no cohesive brand experience there, and they never know what they're going to get, and that doesn't translate to professionalism. Second, you want to create a well-crafted proposal, and that takes time, and you are busy. You're managing multiple clients, you're doing research, you're coordinating with suppliers, and the idea of sitting down, building a beautiful, detailed proposal feels overwhelming. But here's the reality. If your proposal doesn't reflect the level of service you provide, you are leaving money on the table, and we're going to talk about some tips on how you can actually increase the average ticket price for your total package price. Third, the proposals aren't aligned with the client's wants and needs. And so the client ultimately does not feel heard. And this is huge. If a client tells you they want a relaxing beach vacation and you send them an itinerary packed with waterfall excursions and tours, they're going to feel like it was a swing and a miss. And if they don't feel heard, they're not going to book with you. And fourth, advisors want to sell high ticket travel, but they're not showcasing the proposal in a luxury way. And so you can't charge luxury prices if you're not delivering a luxury good. So those are the obstacles. Let's talk about how to fix them. So first comes the intake call. And this is obviously after what we believe is the first step, which is the inquiry form, where you gather a foundational basis of information from the client. But the proposal process ultimately starts with the intake call. And I always say that this is kind of like Don Draper in Mad Men. He never walked into a meeting without a pitch deck. So you'd never want to walk into an intake call without a pitch prepared. So first, we're going to make it easy to schedule. Use a scheduler like Calendly. So when that inquiry comes in, you're going to respond back with something that gives the client autonomy to pick a time that works for them. That reduces the back and forth and it removes friction. It makes them feel also in control. Second, leave time in that intake call to build the relationship with the client. You don't want to jump straight into what you're selling them, how to solve it. They need to know, like, and trust you. And that does mean that you're going to need to take a few more minutes to create that relationship, introduce yourself, get to know them. And as soon as people are starting to talk about themselves, their boundaries just kind of like their walls just kind of dissolve. They go down and they relax and they don't feel sold to. They feel like you're really trying to empathize and be there for them. Third, you're going to want to copy and paste your intake questions into your CRM and add notes as you work along the way. A spiral bound notebook, I have left them on a plane before. They were gone with the wind, and I sent a proposal that was completely off base because I didn't have it logged in a secure way. So being able to copy and paste your intake notes into a digital platform like your CRM is going to be so helpful. And we actually have a tool that we're going to give you for free at the end of this session that is going to provide you with those questions that you can copy and paste into your CRM. And fourth, create the fee based off on the trip requirements. This is one thing that we see a lot of advisors really miss an opportunity on to protect their time, but also to protect their business. With additional legs comes additional liability, and you need to make sure you're not just charging a flat fee. First of all, definitely charge a fee for your time because it creates a mutual buy-in, and then you're not going to get ghosted. They are incentivized to stay in the process. But two, you also want to make sure that the person that's doing a sun and sand to Jamaica isn't paying the same fee as someone who's doing 4 legs in Europe, and there's more opportunity for transfer to be left off, and you have to service recover. So making sure you are creating some kind of formulaic approach to calculating that fee based on complexity is really ideal to getting mutual commitment. Then fifth, end the call by confirming what the client wants to move forward. This is just a very simple thing to do. Once you say, this is how much it costs, I'm going to send you a recap of this. Are you ready to move forward based off of everything I've shared about you? It is so organic, it's not forced, and they just give you that verbal confirmation. Or if they say, I'm not sure, you can easily tee it up and say, is there anything that I can clarify that would help you make your decision or would make your decision easier? Sales is not forced. It is really just an opportunity for you to clarify your value. So if you start to think of it in that way, it makes it a lot easier. And then I just alluded to this, but end your call with a recap email. Get it in writing. I come from an HR background, so to me, if it's not written, it's not real. And so you want to send a recap email. It also gives people an opportunity to think about what you've shared. If they said they want to go to Amalfi Coast in March, and then you're managing expectations on that call, and you share a little bit about what the weather's going to be like, sending that recap email gives them an opportunity to respond back and say, actually, we talked about what you shared with us. We want to change our dates to XYZ before you ever get into a proposal. And that is going to save you time and effort. So ultimately, the intake call is the foundation of everything that comes next. Don't rush through it, and make sure you're going into it with a true pitch formula. Oop, sorry about that. One back. So now that you've done the intake call, you know what the client wants, but now you need to go and find a supplier. So we're going to talk through briefly the 6 key characteristics you should consider when selecting a supplier. First, turnaround time. If you've got good lead up time, you can work with someone that's going to be more custom, potentially a DMC. If you are working with a tight turnaround time, maybe a wholesaler, or maybe even piece it together yourself. But there are some limitations there as well, because you then become the 24/7 customer service. 2, the proposal format. If your partners are sending you proposals that you're not easily able to convert into a usable format, that then becomes an obstacle for you to be able to move people through the process. So Robin and I used Classic Vacations a lot. And what was fabulous is that it automatically synced with Travefy, and it did the data parsing for us. And there was some cleanup involved, but it was so much simpler than going through and copying and pasting. So making sure that your technology and your suppliers can really integrate is really helpful. And then 3rd, commission. And this is a big one. You obviously want to make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze. You want to make sure that your commission is included, and you need to know if it's net or gross and confirm that before you ever send it off to a client, and make sure that you are also getting what you feel is appropriate for that trip. Then terms and conditions. This was another one that always was important to Robin and I when we were booking Classic Vacations. This is obviously, I'm mentioning them multiple times, but I'm going to give a comparison. They honored the hotel policy. So during COVID, it was very easy to change things. They also bundled insurance. So we had that included. With DMCs, a lot of the time you have non-refundable 30% or 25% of the total package price, and you will need to add additional insurance to cover that. So it's just knowing how your suppliers work. Not one is not better, one is not worse. It's just understanding how those work so that you can work with your clients to give them the best possible experience. And then lastly, affiliation. If you are associated with a consortium, you are going to want to obviously consider those suppliers first, because they are vetted, they are preferred, especially if your host has special relationships. And that way you are always leaning into those who are pouring back into you. Choosing the right supplier is just as important as creating the beautiful proposal, because the quality of your suppliers directly impacts how that itinerary comes to life. It also directly impacts how it converts to revenue and how it converts to the client, because it needs to be speedy, it needs to be timely. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of breeze through this because I want to be sensitive to time. But once you've selected your suppliers, you want to make sure that the style, pace, budget, and uniqueness of the trip are matching the clients. This is something that you need to now apply discernment for as you are reviewing that. Don't just get a proposal from your supplier and lob it to the client. You're going to want to make sure that you're actually looking through that, reviewing that all the components are there, but also taking everything that your client said to you and making sure it matches so that you can properly sell it. You're going to want to use referring to the intake call when you're selling that itinerary, and we're going to talk about how you do that. But you're going to want to mention, we know that you love this, so I plugged this in for you. And you can't do that if you don't understand the itinerary. So actually going through that itinerary, what the supplier created, and then making sure it aligns is going to be a key part of your process. All right, I know I'm blowing through this, but what to exclude from the proposal? These are things that we think are a barrier to actually get those proposals across the finish line. One, breakdown pricing for each trip component. There is nothing to make people pick it apart faster than them seeing the price of a transfer. They're going to say they want to take a taxi, but then it obviously could potentially compromise their happiness because the trip feels clunky. It's not as seamless as what you've designed. You want to exclude lengthy paragraphs so they're not getting caught up in the weeds. Overwhelming options, we recommend 3 for single stop sun and sand, and 1 really well psychologically match made. If you are doing multiple legs like a European itinerary, we say go in with 1 strong option, explain the why from a psychological perspective, and convince them that that's the best choice for them. And don't get caught up in granular details. Don't add spa, don't add dining at the point of proposal. Say, let's get the skeleton down first. Let's get these tours, activities, transfers, the big pieces, the big budget pieces, and get those secured before you move on to anything else. And then don't include any imagery that doesn't match the itinerary. Now with AI, it's really easy to pull in a balcony room image that doesn't match the actual room category that they are including in that itinerary. So just be really cautious of that. So you're not selling anything that is not in line with what is actually being outlined in the inclusions. All right, Robin, let's take it away.
Let's talk about why an attractive proposal actually matters, because I know some people, when I talk about like the aesthetics of a proposal, they're like, do I really need to spend time making it look pretty? Can I just send the information? And here's the thing. Presentation is everything, and investing in an attractive proposal is always going to be worth your time, because first, it establishes you as a professional service. When your proposal looks polished and branded, it signals to the client that you're taking your business seriously. It shows that you're not just a hobbyist, you're a professional delivering high quality work. It also showcases your brand. Your proposal is 100% an extension of your brand identity. So if you invested time and energy into making your website and your Instagram beautiful, but your proposal is a boring Word document, there is a disconnect in your brand identity. So everything should feel very cohesive and on brand. It also provides a far more concise way of consuming high volume of important information, because a well-designed proposal actually organizes the information in a way that's easy to understand and is visually appealing to people. So it helps the clients process all of these details without feeling overwhelmed. It also allows you to customize the imagery, like Jen mentioned, to tempt the client by helping them visualize themselves in the destination. This is so important because it is we're in travel, right? It's gorgeous. It's the seascapes. It's, when you see a gorgeous photo of a sunset over Santorini or a like beautifully plated meal in Tuscany, you start to like imagine yourself in that destination, and that emotional connection actually drives bookings. So finally, digital platform elevates the booking experience, period. Like tools like Travefy, TripTile, Wander, any of the modern itinerary builders really that allow you to create an interactive, clickable proposal. It feels more modern and luxurious, right? Clients can click through day by day. They can zoom in on maps and explore the details in a way that just feels far more engaging than a simple PDF. So yes, taking time to create an attractive proposal absolutely matters. It's not just about aesthetics. It's about positioning yourself as somebody who delivers an exceptional experience from start to finish. Now, I do want to introduce you to a tool that can seriously elevate how you deliver your proposals, and that tool is Loom. I hope everyone has heard of Loom. If you haven't, Jen and I talk about it all the time on our podcast, but Loom is a video messaging platform that lets you record your screen and yourself at the same time. And when it comes to proposal delivery, it's a total game changer. It was when Jen and I were booking, and it still continues to be today. So one of the biggest benefits is how much time it saves. So instead of scheduling yet another phone call to walk the client through the proposal, you can record a quick Loom, even just 10 minutes, and send it over. Your client gets a full walkthrough, and you get time back without adding another meeting to your calendar. And also gives your clients flexibility. Like maybe they can't hop on a call during a work day, but they want to watch the video later that night when things slow down. Maybe their spouse is at home and they're making a decision about their honeymoon together. It lets them consume the information on their own schedule, which is something clients appreciate, right? We're all busy. So it also, I would say it subtly elevates how your business is perceived because it signals that you're a tech forward, efficient, intentional about how you communicate. I love when service providers are understanding of my time and the fact that I own a small business. I don't have time to just hop on a call with my banker in the middle of the day. I want to communicate during email. So giving them that option, I think it's a small touch that reinforces you are running a modern, streamlined business and not just doing things in an outdated, older way. Another huge advantage is it makes it a lot easier to explain complex information, right? If you're walking through a multi-day itinerary, it's very overwhelming. So Loom can help you visually show each day and highlight the moments, and it creates a digital record. If the client ever comes back and says, I didn't realize something was included, you have video that documents exactly what was explained, and it keeps everything transparent and protects you on the back end. I'm cruising. So this is the structure of our Loom video. I recommend just screenshotting it. But first, reiterate your enthusiasm to collaborate with them on this trip. This seems so obvious, but you always want to start warm. Then you want to dive into the technology. This is Loom. This is why I'm using it, so that they're aware that they can pause, they can rewatch this at any time, they can comment. Maybe you want to, if they have a question about a certain leg, they can drop a comment directly into Loom and it'll take you to what they're asking. Then we're going to go through the itinerary and all of the fun logistics. And then fourth, explain the pricing and outline those exclusions and inclusions. So we want to be clear what's covered in the package price and what is not. And then give an overview of a DMC concept if you're using a DMC, the payment process and those terms and conditions. We want to make sure everything feels very clear to them. We want to explain how the booking works, what the payment schedule looks like, and what happens if they need to make changes to this itinerary. And then finally, we open it up for feedback. We always want to ask for feedback and we want to ask for the sale. So end your video with something like, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you're ready to move forward, just reply to this email and we'll get started. I can't wait to make this trip happen for you. So this structure keeps your Loom organized and professional and effective. And by following the same process every time, you get so much better at it as you continue to go. Okay. So we have our beautiful proposal. You've recorded your Loom. Now it's time to send the email. So this email needs to include some very specific things. First, an enthusiastic greeting because we are warm and professional and we want their business. Second is a hyperlink to your on-brand digital itinerary. So if you created it in Travefy or TripTile or whatever platform you use, you want to make sure it's clickable and easy for your client to access. Then we're going to hyperlink that Loom video we just created, or you can embed it directly into the video so they can just simply click it and watch. Fourth is a PDF copy of the proposal. Some clients prefer that downloadable version. I always included both the digital and the PDF because all bases are covered. And then fifth are clear directions on next steps. This is exactly what we want them to move. If you want to proceed with this, reply to this email. We want to make it so clear that if you are ready to move forward, here's how to do it. So we never want to leave them guessing. And then a couple critical reminders. I'm like rock fire. First and foremost, clients need to trust you. You need to make sure that there is time on that first call to build a relationship. Two is that there's a mutual commitment into your process. Jen mentioned this already, but fees are an incredible way to enforce this with your clients. And you want to make sure that if your client is already pushing back on your process or ignoring these policies before they book, that is a red flag. Third, presentation matters. Fourth, you should be an advocate for your client's experience from proposal to departure to returning home, because your job doesn't end when they book. It ends when they come home happy and they leave that glowing review for your travel agency. And then finally, the least sexy of it all, the magic lies in the follow-up. This is the creme de la creme of sales. If a client doesn't respond to your proposal right away, do not assume they are not interested. Set a reminder in your CRM or your project management system to follow up in 3 to 5 days, because it takes time for people to make these decisions. Okay, and here's what Jen mentioned before. This is our sales call roadmap. It is a free resource that will help you impress those potential clients and confidently communicate your value to close more bookings. And it walks you through exactly what to say, what to ask, and how to position yourself as an expert on those sales calls. So you can download it by scanning the QR code. I don't know if we can drop a link in the chat or if we can send it to you guys or something, but
yes.
Perfect. Okay.
I was like, yes, you can. Don't worry. We will get the link from Robin and Jennifer for everyone in the chat, and we will drop it for you in there. So not to worry. You both are always fantastic. And the amount of questions we had in the chat for you both was out of bounds, which is fantastic. So reminder to everybody in the chat, we have linked their, Teak has a directory on host agency reviews. Go to their directory, submit your questions to them. We want to make sure that they answer them for you, but they had so much great information. We didn't have time for them today, but that's okay. So make sure you submit. Jennifer, Robin, you both are just something else. And I say that with all the love in my heart. Thank you so, so much. This was a fantastic session.
Thank you. This was great.
Yeah, I'll email you that link so that you can add it to the chat.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We will do that for everyone listening. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Wow. I almost lost track of time because I was so engaged in that. That was great. I'm glad everyone in the comments really enjoyed it. Please go to their directory and submit your questions. There is a lot of learning going on today, and there is a lot more ahead. We've got 2 more EduSpot sessions. So, and just so you remember, we can revisit all the Host Week programming, and trust me, you will want to go back and revisit these EduSpots, even if you watch them live, because they are packed with such great information. Okay, next EduSpot that we have is with the wonderful Marcela from the host agency Travel Masters. She's going to take us through a topic we don't discuss enough, which is why Google Business Profile is the most powerful and overlooked marketing tool for travel advisors. So please welcome our pre-recorded Marcela from Travel Masters.
Before we get started, a quick thank you to Host Agency Reviews for organizing this event online and creating space for travel advisors to learn and grow together. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is Marcela Guzman, and today we're going to talk about one of the most powerful yet most overlooked marketing tools to travel advisors, and that is Google Business Profile. This presentation isn't about trends or doing more marketing, because I know you guys are very busy. It's about understanding how travelers actually behave online and how you can show up at the exact moment they're ready to book. I'm a marketing coordinator at Travel Masters based in Vancouver, BC, and I work closely with travel advisors across Western Canada, home-based advisors, storefront agencies, and experienced advisors who are looking to grow beyond referrals alone. What I see consistently is this. Many advisors are working hard on marketing, but not always in the places that brings the highest quality inquiries. And Google Business Profile is one of those tools that I know it doesn't feel very exciting, but it quietly works in the background, bringing in travelers who are already motivated and ready to talk. So if you ever wonder, how can I get more visibility? How do people find me more easily? How do I get travelers to contact me? Why isn't my website getting traffic? And how do I compete without ads? Trust me, you're not alone. Travelers don't casually discover travel advisors. They search when they need help, when they're overwhelmed, or when they don't want to make a mistake, or when they just simply don't have time. And this is something I hear directly from advisors. Some say, I thought people will find me through Instagram, but all my serious inquiries were coming from Google. I just wasn't showing up. Others realize clients were searching for exactly what I offer, but Google didn't know enough about my business to show me. These questions aren't about effort. They're about visibility at the right moment. So that's where Google Business Profile comes in. Google Business Profile is free, is owned by you, shown directly in Google Search and Google Maps, and is designed for people with high intent. So when someone searches travel agent near me, or honeymoon planner, or Disney travel agent Alberta, for example, they're not browsing for inspiration. They're looking for someone to contact. Google Business Profile places you directly inside that decision-making moment. Okay, so here's what you'll learn today. So we'll cover what Google Business Profile actually is in simple terms, Google Business Profile versus website, which do people click first, the biggest myths about Google Business Profile and the truth, the difference between Google Business and tools like ChatGPT, why Google Business matters for travel advisors, why reviews matter more than you think, what happens when advisors optimize their Google Business Profile, and last but not least, you can download a free Google Business Profile checklist sent right to your inbox. Okay, so let's get started. What is Google Business Profile, formerly called Google My Business? So it's your official business identity on Google. It shows Google and travelers who you are, what you specialize in, whether you're trusted, how easy you are to contact. So it's exactly what are you looking at, those screenshots right now. So it shows your website, it shows your phone, it shows your hours of operation, where you're located. In this case, we're in British Columbia. The reviews, a little bio of yourself. So your website tells your story, and your Google Business Profile confirms your legitimacy. So many travelers decide whether to contact you without ever visiting your website, based entirely on what they see on your Google profile. Google Business Profile versus website. Which do people click first? Your website absolutely matters, but here's how travelers usually behave. First, Google search. Second, Google Business Profile, their reviews. 4, sometimes your website. Google Business Profile appears instantly, shows reviews first, requires no scrolling, and offers direct call and message buttons. So your website supports your Google presence, not the other way around. Okay, so myth busting. Let's clear up a few common myths. So myth number 1, Google Business Profile is only for storefront agencies. Not true. Home-based advisors can list service areas instead of home addresses. Second, I'm active on social media, so I'm good, I'm covered. Social media builds awareness, it brings you visibility for sure, but Google captures intent. Myth number 3, I already have a website, so I don't need Google Business Profile. Without your Google Business Profile, your website often stays invisible in search results. And last but not least, I'm not tech savvy enough. Trust me, if you can post on Facebook, you can manage Google Business Profile. It's one of the simplest things to do. Most challenges, I will say, with Google Business Profile are strategic, definitely not technical. And the next slide, I knew that I had to include it because, of course, we're all using, we most use ChatGPT nowadays. And I know that you're probably wondering, okay, but what about ChatGPT? Because it's the first thing that I use to search, I don't know, for any information or whatever. So ChatGPT is indeed an incredible tool, but it serves a different role. So ChatGPT helps you write better, organize ideas, create content faster, while Google Business Profile confirms credibility, displays reviews, determines visibility, and drives real inquiries. So ChatGPT helps you communicate, while Google Business Profile helps you get chosen. Okay, let's go with the next slide. Why Google Business Profile matters for travel advisors. Travel advisors sell trust. People searching on Google are often overwhelmed, afraid of making mistakes, looking for reassurance, and most of the time, they just don't have time to take over a trip, for example. So Google Business Profile builds trust quickly by showing reviews, photos, specialties, activity, everything that we've mentioned previously. It also feeds Google critical signals about who you help, what you offer, and where you operate, boosting visibility without paying ads. Why reviews matter more than you think. Reviews are not just testimonials, they are ranking signals. And Google looks at how many reviews you have, how often you receive them, the language clients use inside them. When reviews mention things like honeymoons, Disney, cruises, family travel, corporate travel, those very important keywords, Google begins associating your profile with those searches. And you're probably wondering why reviews convert so fast. So travelers typically scan star rating. That means if you have 4.5 or 5, let's say, recent reviews, familiar words, then they decide. And it's usually it's usually under 30 seconds. You're probably wondering, okay, when to ask for reviews? Because I know sometimes it can be a little bit awkward to ask for reviews. So the best times to ask is right after a successful booking, of course, right after a client returns from a trip, when a client sends a thank you message, or when they compliment your service. Timing matters more than volume. You need to act fast, and ask for a review whenever those situations happen. Here's an important thing: how to ask in a simple and comfortable way. You don't need a long message. You can simply say, hi, the client's name. I'm so happy you had a great trip. If you don't mind, I'd really appreciate a quick Google review. It helps my business more than you know. Here's the link. The link, it's very important. You can find the link on the Google Business Profile platform right there. And you can say, thank you so much. Always use your direct Google review link. It's extremely important because it helps your client to just click on it and then go to write the review right away. Send it by either email, text, or WhatsApp if you use it, and make it one click. If it's not easy, it won't happen. You can gently say, if you mention the type of trip we plan, that really helps, because this encourages keywords, which is something that I already mentioned, without pressure. If you're wondering how many reviews do I need, consistency beats volume. Even 1 or 2 new reviews per month makes a noticeable difference. And here's what not to do. First, don't buy reviews. Second, don't panic over an occasional 4-star review. And don't wait too long to ask. Reviews are ongoing marketing, not a one-time task. What a high-performing Google Business Profile looks like. The 5 must-haves. So, high-performing profiles, first, are fully completed. Second, upload photos regularly. Third, receive steady reviews. 4, post weekly. And last but not least, use correct services and categories. This tells Google that your business is active, relevant, and trustworthy. What happens when advisors optimize their Google Business Profile? When they do that, they often see 3 to 12 inquiries per month, increased visibility within about 90 days, more calls and messages, faster booking decisions, and this traffic is organic, not paid, which is great. Because I know we used to think that if I pay ads, I may receive some leads. And you might receive some leads depending on how much you're investing. But the truth is that it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get high quality leads. And also something worth mentioning is that Google Business Profile helps you with SEO, which is something a bit technical. And I know that some advisors, they don't really want to get related to this subject. So the good news is that Google Business Profile does it for you. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay, so as I mentioned, I have a free Google Business Profile checklist for you. So these will help you to audit your profile and identify any gaps, choose the correct categories and services, write a search-friendly business description, understand which photos help visibility, build a simple, sustainable review habit, and stay consistent without overwhelm. So the goal is clarity, not perfection. You are more than welcome to scan the QR code right here. And if you have any issues, you can simply go to travelmasters.ca slash GBP dash checklist, and it will take you to a landing page where you can simply put your basic info, and then you will receive this PDF right to your inbox. So if you have any questions about your Google business profile, your setup, visibility or review challenges, you're more than welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn, Marcela Guzman, and continue the conversation. Sometimes one small adjustment makes a big difference. Thank you again to HAR, and thank you all for your time today. I hope you leave feeling confident, empowered, and ready to use Google Business Profile as a powerful and free tool it truly is. Thanks again, and have a lovely day.
Thank you so much, Marcela. And for anyone in the comments who has any questions, you know my reminders of Travel Masters is a host agency. They have a profile with host agency reviews. Please feel free to send your questions to Marcela and the Travel Masters team directly. All right. So I am super excited for this next EduSpot. And you may be thinking, but Shayna, you're excited about all of them. And that's true. Personally, I love learning, and I love learning from other advisors. I want to thank Alternative Travel Services for sponsoring our final session of the day. So I am very excited to welcome T. McNeil to close off our EduSpots for the day. She is the owner of McNeil Luxury Travel, a member of Travel Edge, and she will be sharing the power of personal touch, creative strategies for client retention and referrals. So T, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Shayna, for the lovely introduction. Welcome to the EduSpot session on the power of personal touch, a presentation for travel advisors who understand that luxury is not just in the destination, but in how we make our clients feel every step of the way. My name is T. McNeil, the founder of McNeil Luxury Travel. This is a boutique travel agency crafting bespoke journeys and unforgettable client experiences. I'm an IC affiliate with Travel Edge Network and a member of the Ensemble Travel Group Consortia. In this session, I'll walk you through the intentional, repeatable strategies that I use to turn my first-time clients into forever travelers and passionate brand evangelists. You'll get an inside look at my signature approach to retention and to referrals that don't rely on big budgets, just thoughtful execution. Whether you're brand new to the travel business or you have a loyal client following, you'll leave this session with real ideas, inspiration, and next steps to elevate your service and supercharge your growth. This presentation is designed for advisors in the luxury market where consortia-based VIP benefits and amenities are common practice. Why retention and referrals matter in luxury travel? Well, in luxury travel, retention and referrals aren't just a nice bonus. They're the foundation for a sustainable, profitable travel business. And unlike mass market travel, your clients want more than just smooth logistics. They want to feel seen and valued, not just indulged. Referred clients come to you with built-in trust. They're primed to book, and they often spend more money, and they require less hand-holding. Think about it. Who would you rather work with? A cold lead who requires client training, or someone who's been hearing about your services from their family and friends? And retention. That's the quiet powerhouse. It's far more effective to nurture the clients you already have than to constantly chase new ones. And in the luxury market, loyalty isn't earned with discounts. It's earned with personal, memorable experiences. That's what the McNeil method is built on. Emotional loyalty translates to transactional loyalty. In a world where most services compete on perks, the McNeil method competes on connection. Why is that? Because emotional loyalty is stickier, it's more powerful, and it's far more valuable than transactional loyalty. When a client receives a leather passport wallet with their initials on it, or a surprise bouquet of flowers on their birthday, they feel seen. And suddenly, it's no longer just a trip. It becomes a sustainable relationship. Luxury is not just about upgrading your clients to a suite. It's about how you make someone feel. And when your clients feel cherished, they don't shop around. They come back. They refer. They become essentially your brand ambassadors, not because of discounts, but because of devotion. Let's dive into part one of the McNeil method, the signature gifting flow. This is where we turn a standard booking into the start of a meaningful relationship. Here's a detailed look at what I send, where it's sourced, and the approximate investment. So for my custom clients, these are people who spend a good bit of money for me to curate a custom itinerary. I send them a beautiful leather passport wallet and a luggage tag in my agency's brand color, which is turquoise. It's also personalized with the client's initials, and I buy this on Etsy for about $45. It's sent directly to the client, so I don't have to hold any stock. This is not just a gift. It's a branding tool and a travel ritual all in one. Every time my clients pack, they'll think of me and my travel agency. And on their birthday, I send them a custom jute bag showcasing my company's logo, my company's tagline, and my website address. So this too is not just a pretty bag. It's useful because you can fit like 12 bottles of wine in there. And it keeps your logo out in the wild. For future birthdays, I send my clients fresh flowers just because I love flowers. And my personal favorite, on their wedding anniversaries, 24 red roses show up at the doorstep. Red roses are memorable, they're emotional, and they're perfect for anniversary dates. And the feedback? Let's just say that husbands either love or hate the anniversary roses. These gestures show clients that you care, and that's what makes them remember you. These gifts don't just surprise, they become part of your client's travel stories. So the birthday gifts, you can also get those on Etsy. Those are customized and they get sent directly to the client. And then the flowers, either I source them through 1-800-Flowers or I source them through Bouqs, Bouqs, and I put the approximate value. So on Etsy, the bag is about $35 and the flowers are between $45 and $50 and the roses are more expensive at around $75. So let's talk about the client touchpoint timeline. Timing matters just as much as the gift itself. Here's how I space out these moments of magic and why they work. So 2 months before departure, I send the clients their welcome gift, and these only go to the custom itinerary clients. They receive the passport wallet and the luggage tag, which is elegant, personal, and useful, and it sets the tone for the entire vacation. For the birthday gift, I send the branded jute bag on the first birthday after they return from their trip. This touch point often surprises the client because they're not expecting to hear from you, and it often re-engages them. On subsequent birthdays, I send floral arrangements, which continue annually until the client becomes inactive. Flowers make your client smile and think, oh my God, she remembered me, right? That's what we want. The same goes for the anniversary roses. These show up every year like clockwork, making your brand feel timeless and thoughtful. This flow isn't random, it's intentional. Every gift is another touch point that keeps their hearts and minds engaged and thinking about your travel agency. The second half of the McNeil method is all about referrals, but with a twist of elegance. I call it referrals with flair. This is the process for turning your happy clients into vocal advocates. Elevated rewards that inspire client referrals. When a client sends someone new your way, they're helping you to grow your business and they're putting their name and their reputation on the line. That deserves something memorable, something special. It's not a coupon, it's not a discount, it's a moment, it's a memory, and it's always personalized to where your client is going. This keeps the relationship feeling upscale and elevated, never transactional, never discounted, and it still gives your clients a reason to talk about you to everyone they know. So let's get into it. What exactly does the referral program look like? Let's bring it to life. Here are some examples. These are experience-driven rewards. The first is I offer clients who refer other clients to me a choice. They can get a spa treatment, a private car service, or a cooking class at their next destination. So the first, spa treatments. These are basically, everyone loves getting spa treatments, whether it's a massage or a facial, and couples really love this. A massage at a boutique resort or a local wellness spa is the kind of moment that makes your client say, "Oh, that was just perfect," especially after a long travel day. Private car service transforms their travel day into an actual travel experience. It's one of the simplest ways to make a trip feel elevated, and it's one of the most appreciated rewards. And lastly, food equals love. Cooking classes add a playful, immersive element that helps your client actually connect with the local destination, the local culture, and it helps them create memories. They'll associate that moment with you, the person who made it all happen. So what's the psychology behind loyalty? Why does this system work? It's not just about the travel advisor looking generous. It's about leveraging human behavior, natural human behavior. Reciprocity is very powerful. When we receive something meaningful and memorable, we're wired to want to give back. We want to show our own appreciation. And in business, that means referrals, rebookings, and glowing client testimonials. More importantly, emotion is very, very sticky. Clients may not remember the airline they flew on or the exact day-by-day itinerary, but they will remember a leather passport wallet with their initials on it or the flowers that they didn't even expect to receive. These emotional anchors tie your brand to positive memories. And finally, consistency is credibility. When clients experience the same thoughtful follow-through across multiple trips, it deepens their trust in your agency. They know that you're going to deliver, and that makes them proud and excited to refer you to their friends. Is the program effective? Well, don't take my word for it. Here are some actual client responses. The first is a text message from a client, and she says, "OMG, I love the luggage tag and passport holder. Gorgeous. Nice touch." Another text message, thank you. I love it." And that's referring to the jute bag. Teresa says, "Hi, T. Thank you for sending us the lovely flowers for our anniversary. They're really very beautiful and added a smile to our day." That was an email message. Another text message, Huge thank you, T, for the 35 flawless roses for our 35th anniversary. Wow, we've never gotten anything like that. And it was so thoughtful and generous. And they are beautiful, Mary and Jim. And just an aside, Jim passed away just this past year from brain cancer. And Mary still talks about those roses. It's years later, and she's still talking about them. So that definitely hit hard. Another email message. Hi, T. Firstly, thank you so much for thinking of us on our 40th anniversary. The flowers you sent were simply gorgeous. I had fun teasing Mike that you sent me roses and he didn't. Actually, he did send me some beautiful flowers. So that was from Lisa. And then lastly, text message, just got home from Fiji and came back to these beauties. And they are referring to the luggage and luggage tags and the passport wallet. So you can build your own McNeil method. Remember, it's all about intentionality. Start by mapping out your client journey. When do you interact with them? When are they emotionally engaged? That's where your gifts are going to go and where they will land more softly and with a greater impact. Then, step 2, choose the items that feel personal and aligned with your brand, your aesthetic, or your agency ethos. Don't just send stuff. Send something meaningful. And think packaging, timing, presentation. The unboxing is actually part of the client experience. And finally, step 3, structure your referral rewards to feel like insider perks, something they can't get on their own. Think beyond points. Think experiences. When you reward your clients and treat them like VIPs, they'll treat you like one too. Here's what I hope you'll take away from today's session. First, your best clients aren't loyal because of points or promotions. They're loyal because of how you made them feel. That thoughtful gifting process strengthens your bond. Secondly, clients don't refer you because you ask them to. They refer because you wowed them in some way. If they're surprised and delighted, they'll talk about it with their family and friends. That's the magic of referrals. And finally, this isn't about extravagance. It's about intentionality. You can pull this off with Etsy gifts by asking for help from your hotel concierge and with impeccable timing. The McNeil method works not because it's flashy, but because it's thoughtful, memorable, and human, just like all of us. So thank you so much for joining me today. Whether you're just starting to explore gifting and referrals, or you're looking to refine your own system, I hope you leave this session feeling inspired. The McNeil method is yours to build upon because when we lead with care, we don't just retain clients, we build relationships that can often last a lifetime. If you're ready to elevate your travel experience, please stay in touch, collaborate, and let's swap some creative ideas. Here's how you can stay in touch with me. I'm available on email, Instagram, and WhatsApp. And I've put all of the QR codes up on the screen. So thank you for joining me today. I'll be passing it back to Steph and Shayna, and I have about 4 to 5 minutes for questions.
Yes, you do. That was wonderful. I was just telling my team internally, but before I ask some of the questions, I do want to share some of the comments because they are quite lovely. So I'm just going to look at my other screen to share them. I have one that says, have you ever provided any mentorship to other new agents? Because I love your presentation. It's luxurious. I had one that said, this is a great presentation, so I have no questions. And then I have, where was the other one? Oh, you guys are all getting crazy in here. Oh, I remember sending a gift card for ice cream to a family who booked a water park excursion with me. The surprise was worth it. They have booked with me every year, and I sent brownies to their first cruise. So I love it, but I do have some questions for you. So Where we go? Here we go. Okay. I would like to know what your budget is for these kinds of perks. How do you work that out based on your clients?
So budgeting is often based on what I charge for the service. And so this entire program is based on clients who book custom itineraries with me. And my custom itineraries are the most expensive travel service that I offer. So I can tell you that I spend roughly about $5,000 every year on both of these programs combined. The gifting part is gets the most spend because that's where I'm buying the luggage tags, I'm spending money on flowers. Referrals, weirdly enough, don't cost as much because those prices are they're pretty consistent. They don't really go up a lot, but flowers go up and down. So $5,000 for the year for both programs, and 2/3 of that spend goes toward the gifting, and then 1/3 goes towards the referral program.
Great. I love that you love flowers so much. I buy myself flowers every week. It's a little gift to myself. So I totally understand. I actually do to buy new ones. I'm seeing them wilting. Okay. So next question is, sorry, I'm looking at my other screen for everyone that's looking away. Do you have a minimum spend or a fee structure to help you account for these special touches?
I do. And I'm happy to share. My custom clients, they spend $795 per person for me to design a custom itinerary for them. So that more than covers luggage tags, which are about, I think I said it was what, $35? $45. Yeah. So yeah, that's not a problem there. Here are the prices. And then flowers, $50 on bouquets. The custom jute bag is $35, and my anniversary roses are about $75. So around 10%, let's say, of the cost, and that's per person. So definitely affordable.
And that's the additional fee that you charge for per person. I want everyone who's in the comments to listen to that, right? That she is charging a fee. And I know sometimes that charging fees can be scary. We talked about it yesterday during our State of the Host Agency address, right? And now it's just about how you charge fees, but clients understand the service that you're providing and are happy to pay fees like that. So T, that is big number. Good for you. I love it. I absolutely love it. No, you know your worth. And I couldn't love that more. Okay. One more question before we let you go. Granted, I'd love to ask you all the questions. Do you ever get to a point where you deem a client inactive?
Actually, the client deems themselves inactive. Okay. So if I haven't heard from a client in 18 months, then they're inactive. And that means I've reached out to them by email or by text, whatever their preferred method of communication is. And if I don't hear from them after 18 months, then they are inactive and the program ends for them. Now, people are always welcome to come back. And when they come back, then I start them not with the client gifts, but with the flowers. So the first year after they become reactivated, I send them fresh flowers on their birthday.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much for being here. I know you mentioned you are a member of Travel Edge, and Travel Edge is a member of Ensemble. Their head office actually happens to be about a 20-minute walk from where I live. So I actually just met up with the Travel Edge team for lunch, which was fun. But for anyone listening who's interested to learn more about the host and the consortium that T works with, they will be presenting their interviews on Thursday. So definitely want to come back. Both of them will be here because they both accept Canadian advisors, and I am a Canadian. So I love me a good unofficial Canada Day, if you will. T, best way to end Tuesday, without a doubt. That was fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. And if anyone has any more questions for T, just let us know. If you weren't able to catch her QR code, we'll absolutely put you in touch. Thank you so much again.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, day 2. Check that off the list. What a way to end. That was so great. There are still 3 more days left, so lots of fun and lots of sessions to go. I hope that you liked it. And if you haven't already given today's presentations on YouTube a big thumbs up, please do if they helped you out. We really, really want to know what helps you out, what you've learned. And to that end, we are going to, Juan, if you could put the QR code on the screen. We would love to hear from you. Don't worry, we'll share this again throughout the week if you're not quite ready to respond, but we love to know how you're enjoying the sessions this week. Save this because if you're joining us for the rest of the week, we've got a lot more sessions coming up. We'd love your feedback, what you liked, what you'd love to see next year, any constructive feedback for us. It's incredibly helpful for us to keep building this around what is helpful for all of you. All right. Tomorrow is another full day of fun and education, and we hope to see you here again. And stick around because there will be music once I am done speaking. And I promise I'll only be here for like another 2 minutes, and then I will love you and leave you. If you have stumbled across Host Week and you haven't yet registered, make sure to head over to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek and do that. It's a great way to get your daily emails to know what's coming up each day. Then you also have the stream link in there as well. So great way. If you are having any trouble registering, you can always email us at hello@hostagencyreviews.com and we will get you taken care of. So what's up for tomorrow? Here we go. With Global Travel Collection, Vanessa McGovern will be joining us. Then we have, of course, our one thing about relevance. We will have our incredible keynote speaker, Alessandra Alonso. So definitely come and join us for that. Then we will have our host and Consortia interviews. Tomorrow is Virtuoso Day. So we will hear from Virtuoso, and then we will hear from many of their member agencies, including Gifted Travel Network, Montecito Village Travel, PTN Travel, Uniglobe Travel Center, Largay Travel, Incentive Connection Travel, The Wander Network, and OAL Travel Network. Then we have our 3 edge spots on air pricing, finance, and confidence before we close it out for Wednesday. Before we wrap up the day, I just want to give another quick thank you to our sponsors who help keep this complimentary and free for all of you. Our weekly sponsors, Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travefy, Travel Industry Solutions, and we also have daily sponsorship today from Avoya Travel, Direct Travel, Dream Vacations Advisor, Dugan's Travels, Nexion Travel Group, Outside Agents, and finally, Travel Leaders Market Square. From the whole team here at Host Agency Reviews, thanks again for joining us for Host Week, and we will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time for the Global Travel Collection Coffee Spot. Do not forget to register. You can do so during the session, so not to worry. We will be back here on YouTube. And with that, let's take it away with some music. Maestro Juan, take us away.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day and the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky. are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I